Hey, thank you. Well, welcome to City Council regular meeting. We need to adjourn from closed session and re-adjourn into open session, so we need an announcement from City Attorney Quinn Barrow.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a busy afternoon with four different closed sessions. With respect to the first case, the piece of existing litigation, by a 3-2 vote with Council members Montgomery and Napolitano saying no, the Council gave direction to Special Counsel. With respect to IB, by a 5-0 vote, the City Council gave direction to the City Attorney with respect to the claim regarding the BKK landfill. With item C, public employment, the Council, by a 5-0 vote, gave direction to the City Manager. And finally, on the conference with the real property negotiators, by a 5-0 vote, the City Council gave direction to the City Manager and City Attorney.
Great, thank you. So we will close. We will adjourn from closed session and open up into our City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, July 16th, 2024 at 6 p.m. And we are going to have a very special treat today. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance going to be led by Teagan Miller, and then we're going to have her older sister, Teagan, sing the national anthem for us. You got a double header. I'll hold this so you can go ahead. So you can just face the flag. Go ahead. Or why don't you hold it for her?
Okay.
Well, with your left hand. So
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
wonderful, thank you.
Good.
Okay. And Teagan, are you all set to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' bright glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the whole of the brave.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. And we're going to have your parents come down here, Kimberly and Sean. And Tenley, come on back. And Tenley, I know you're a little shy, but you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
My name's Teagan Miller, and I'm 8 years old, and I go to American Martyrs, and what's your favorite sport? My favorite sport is soccer, and I really like the color purple, and yeah.
That's wonderful. Well, I had the honor of throwing out the first pitch at the the South Bay Pony League a few months ago, and that's where I heard Teagan sing the national anthem. So she can really belt it out. Now, that's a challenge for all of you. Next time you're at a game or something like that, you all can sing it, just like Teagan. Okay. So why don't you tell us about yourself and.
My name's Teagan Miller. I'm 10 years old. I like to sing. I go to American Martyrs. My favorite sport, top 4, basketball. I like all the sports I play. My favorite food, I like steak, just meat, pizza, shrimp, and yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. So, Mom, why don't you go ahead and tell us why your two girls here are so special?
Well, they're special because they're mine and my husband's. But they're both very smart and driven, and they dedicate themselves to what they love, which is amazing. So.
Well done, Mom.
That's terrific. Well, thank you so much for coming here today. We really appreciate it. We've got city pins for the girls from Mayor Pro Tem Haworth. And then we just did this ad hoc today. I had met Teagan, but I hadn't met Tenley before. So we're going to get you one of these certificate of recognition on behalf of myself and then the city council. And this is to recognize that Teagan, and we'll say Tenley Miller, for leading the city council and the community in the Pledge of Allegiance and national anthem. So there we go. Thank you so much. Let's get some pictures. Council members, yeah.
Go over or move the chair over? One or the other. Let's do one. You're part of the chair. Oh, yeah, with the parents.
No, you can sit. I'll go behind you guys.
All right, are we good? All right.
She has a real camera.
Got it.
We'll make sure you guys get those.
Thank you all.
So
Well
great to see you
done.
again.
Really good job.
We're going to call you in again. Okay, and you too.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, see you
Thank
next
you,
time.
Sean. So I didn't ask you to talk because you probably never get a word in edgewise.
That's right. Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. Thank you.
Let's see. So we've got some more ceremonial.
Roll call.
Oh, well, actually, let's do the roll call first, please.
Councilmember Lesser?
Here.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Here.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth?
Present.
Mayor Franklin?
Here. So for the ceremonial calendar, Chief Johnson, could you please come down here? So let you start.
All right. So the first presentation we have today is for Officer of the Year. And before I begin my prepared remarks about our Officer of the Year, one of the things that I like the most about how we choose our Officer of the Year and our Professional Staff Member of the Year is that these nominations are submitted by our team members, and they're voted on by a committee of the police department employees. So the employees chosen as Officer of the Year and Professional Staff Member of the Year are truly chosen by their peers. And so that's what I believe makes these awards very special. So for 2023, our Officer of the Year was voted by our team to be Officer Chad Swanson, who, as most of the people in this room know, tragically passed away in October of last year on an on-duty motorcycle collision. I will read directly the nomination that was submitted for Chad because I think it just really speaks to the person he was, and I think it's just very fitting. Rather than putting it in my own words and wordsmithing it, this is from one of Chad's peers. In today's day and age, few occupations are as multifaceted as that of a police officer. It is a difficult job requiring skill sets to address a wide swath of societal demands. As such, it is equally difficult, if not impossible, to enumerate a full list of qualities or accomplishments that make an officer superior. The fact of the matter is that an officer's true merit is most often a product of who they are at their core, their foundational values, and what they do to better the lives of others. Chad Swanson was a highly regarded member of this department who served with dignity, humanity, and unwavering bravery for 13 years. Even the most harrowing of circumstances, Chad's partners knew he could be relied upon to act without hesitation in coming to their aid or that of civilians. Maybe in no instance was his bravery and heroism more on display than during the Route 91 shooting in Las Vegas. During the shooting, Chad ushered his wife to safety, then risked his own safety to re-enter the fray. He remained calm in the face of unimaginable terror and put his training and experience to work. He applied makeshift tourniquets to those wounded by gunfire and carried the wounded to safety. He did all of this, despite being wounded himself and being keenly aware of the danger presented by the situation. He continued on his mission, putting others before himself, until he was sure all those who could be received help. And in typical Chad fashion, he downplayed his role in saving others and rarely spoke about it. Chad's unflappable confidence in his physical abilities, even when faced with the most violent of encounters, was contagious, and his partners felt safer and more confident working with him. Chad took on numerous roles throughout his career, including honor guard member, force instructor, crime scene investigator, SWAT operator, and serving as a motor officer in the traffic bureau. While he was an accomplished and contributing member of the department in all these roles, his true value to the department, his partners, and the city cannot be defined solely by the roles he served, the arrests he made, the heroism he displayed, or the lives he saved. Rather, Chad's merit is far better measured by the partner and person he was. He was relentlessly positive, and even in a profession where the most serious of situations are encountered, he never let the job bring him down. His sense of humor never wavered. It was a given that any day you saw Chad, you would receive a booming greeting and a flash of his famous smile. Any day working with Chad was certain to come with more than its fair share of laughter, and the number of days that we all drove home and found ourselves smiling and laughing as we reflected on humorous moments from Chad were numerous, to include myself. In short, Chad did his job, and he did it well. In certain areas, he excelled beyond most or all others, and in doing so, he made the city a better place to live. In addition, Chad's skills, training, and bravery made policing Manhattan Beach a safer job for all of his partners. Finally, and most importantly, Chad's larger-than-life personality, infectious smile, and positive attitude, and ever-present sense of humor made Manhattan Beach a better place to work for 13 years that we were blessed with his presence. In a profession where camaraderie and morale are weighty factors in career satisfaction, Chad had an immeasurable positive impact on this department and the officers he worked with. As such, I believe Chad Swanson's richly deserving of being recognized as Officer of the Year. If you'd all join me in a round of applause for Officer Swanson. With us today to accept this recognition on Chad's behalf of is his wife Haley, who's before us today, his parents Kip and Valerie, as well as his nephew.
Hi, how are you?
Happy to be here.
Terrific. Well, we are honored. We are so honored. So, on behalf of myself and my council colleagues, this is a certificate of commendation for the 2023 Police Officer of the Year, Police Officer Chad Swanson. And I am going to take the time and read this because he is so special. So whereas the Manhattan Beach Police Department implemented a program whereby the department would recognize outstanding efforts of police officers and encourage motivation, and morale by naming an Officer of the Year, and whereas nominees must be sworn officers of any rank and must maintain an outstanding attitude and professional demeanor, and whereas the distinction and honor of being named 2023 Officer of the Year recently went to Officer Swanson, who has shown the professional qualities that render outstanding police officers, the expertise, the courage, the patience, and the ability to perform a duty which at times seem impossible. And whereas Chad's performance stands out among his peers, and whereas the City Council wishes to recognize Police Officer Chad Swanson for being designated Officer of the Year and for doing such an outstanding job for the police department and the community, now therefore be it resolved that I, Joe Franklin, Mayor of the City of Manhattan Beach, California, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Manhattan Beach, do hereby commend Police Officer Chad Swanson for his outstanding contributions to the city, to the Manhattan Beach Police Department, and to the community. Thank you very much.
All right. The less heralded half of the police department is our professional staff members. And our professional staff members are special because they're what really, as I say, they make the choo-choo go. Our officers, you see them out in the field, and you know, when we think of police departments, we think of police officers, but quite a lot of what we are able to accomplish as a police department simply would not be possible without the engagement and investment of highly qualified professional staff members to do all of the things that we need done to meet state and local mandates, as well as simply helping our officers out with the work that they do. And just like our Officer of the Year, our Professional Staff Member of the Year is nominated by our employees, and the nomination is approved by a committee. And for me, this one is just a little bit bittersweet for different reasons, because our Professional Staff Member of the Year is Barbara Rosenberger, who's up there. If you give Barbara a round of applause. Barbara, want to come on down while I embarrass you? And I say this one is bittersweet because while Barbara is recognized for the third time as Professional Staff Member of the Year in 2023, Barbara has also announced her retirement. And I say to that, what about me, Barbara? and what about my needs? Barbara has had a wonderful and storied career at the police department, and I just want to talk a little bit about Barbara and her accomplishments as we recognize her for 2023 Professional Staff Member of the Year. So Barbara's been here for 32 years, starting in June 1992. She's a recipient of the Post-Record Supervisor Certificate, and as I said before, this is her third time being voted Professional Staff Member of the Year. She began her tenure as a records clerk, which was later reclassified as a records technician, and she moved to her current position as records manager a few years ago. And during her career with the police department, she has represented us on a myriad of special projects, from being member of a consortium consisting of Manhattan Beach, Gardena, and Hawthorne police departments to review, recommend, and train for our new CAD and RMS systems, to being a member of the crisis negotiation team, and was the first professional staff member in the department to obtain an FBI certification. She served as a member of several organizations and groups, including the California Law Enforcement Associations of Record Supervisors, the California CLETS Users Group. She's been a department liaison for the Department of Justice and the Police Department Custodian of Records and CLETS Coordinator. So Barbara's done a lot. And all of those things that Barbara has done and those accomplishments I enumerated are vital to the efficient operating of the police department. But at the end of the day, Barbara's just a nice lady. You know, some of the things that were written about her in her nomination is that she's always available to help everyone with whatever they need. She consistently does her job as well as helps everyone else with theirs, no matter how busy she is. Well, I guess they're going to have to get used to some changes, huh? Yeah. They said she always has a positive can-do attitude. She's progressive. She inspires others. She's a team player. She's cooperative. She consistently serves the department and our residents with excellence and distinction. And she demonstrates initiative by going above and beyond her job description. She's always working on projects and tasks, and she does them with excellence. The last line of this nomination was, she's just so dedicated to this place, and it's amazing how she's always there to help. So, Barbara, congratulations on your 3rd nomination as Professional Staff Member of the Year. Congratulations on your upcoming retirement, and thank you for all that you've done to serve the City of Manhattan Beach for 32 years.
We actually have 2. We have a certificate of recognition for your 32 years of service to the City of Manhattan Beach. And then we have a certificate of commendation for the 2023 Professional Staff of the Year. Public Records Manager Barbara Rosenberger, on behalf of myself and my fellow colleagues here on City Council.
Perfect.
So congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for all your service. Okay. So could we please have Deputy Fire Chief Tony Gomes to present the Firefighter of the Year award.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello? Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of times that when you're in the fire department being a chief officer, there's numerous occasions that you're excited to brag about and be a part of the organization. One of those is recognizing the Firefighter of the Year. And so this year I have the distinct pleasure of recognizing engineer, paramedic Josh King and his family for the 2023 Firefighter of the Year. If you could please come join me. So before I talk about Josh and his accomplishments, one of the things that I had the conversation with Chief Lang about prior to coming out here is I would like to take a moment to recognize his family, his wife Stacy, his sons Peyton and Nash. The Chief and I had a conversation about the tremendous amount of contributions and what Josh brings to our organization, and what I want to recognize is the support system that he has at home and how that's emulated here in the fire service and how that affects Josh at work and how that leads to Josh affecting all of us. So I want to take a second to recognize his wife and his two sons. If you guys give me a round of applause for that. So I'm going to speak to Josh a little bit. Josh has been in the fire service since 2005, where he went to the Rio Hondo Fire Academy. He had a reserve status at Santa Fe Springs in 2006. Josh was hired full-time with the city of El Cerrito in 2007. During his time in El Cerrito, he accomplished quite a bit, but one of the biggest things that he accomplished, which is adding value to the Manhattan Beach community, is he became a hazardous materials technician. And that takes a lot of tremendous work. There's a lot of academia involved and manipulative exercises to get trained and to get certified in those things. So that's a huge accomplishment that Josh was able to do while he was with El Cerrito. The other thing that Josh did is that he graduated from Imperial Valley College with his firefighter paramedic certification, which was vital because that's one of the things that we require as an organization to come here. So we're really happy that you did that in 2010. We hired, or I should say we stole Josh in 2012, which is a benefit for our community. And since he's been here, I'm going to read off a couple of things that he's accomplished. There is a lot more, but these are the main accomplishments that I think really sticks to who he is and what he brings to the organization. One of those is that he took that hazardous materials technician level and he upped it to the highest level of specialist. And I think that anybody that's gone through that, that is hours of work and a lot of sweat, being away from his family, going back to the support system at home for him to be able to accomplish that. And as a community and as an organization, we're taking full advantage of that. His certification, his qualifications in that area. Another thing is that Josh is a certified acting captain, which is huge for our organization. He obtained his All-American Leadership certification in 2022. He's currently a member of the association board. And throughout all of that, Josh has found the time to volunteer as a basketball coach for both of his sons in their youth leagues. And then is also a parent booster, and I believe he just became president. Is that correct? Yeah. Of the organization for the El Dorado High School aquatics program. So quite the accomplishment. But speaking of 2023, I'm gonna go through this list really quick. But I think what the takeaway of this list is it's not what he does, it's how he does it, how he communicates, the interpersonal communication that he builds in his leadership. So I'm going to read off some of the things that he was able to do. He was selected as our hazardous materials coordinator within the organization. That position is to develop our program further than where we're at, draft and implement department and area policies for all of our local jurisdictions to follow, allocate funding to build his own budget, provide for equipment needs and maintenance requirements, and provide annual training to all of our firefighters in this area. He's a dedicated member of the association board, and on behalf of myself and the chief, we appreciate your leadership in this area. Josh took the lead in our department asset tracking system, and that's a platform that we implemented, and it doesn't sound like a lot of fun, but believe me, the hours and the implementation process of that is going to help our organization across the board throughout all divisions. And what that is it's a tracking system for all of our service and equipment. It's a engine maintenance needs and service completions program. He tracks all of our assets for our budget, our grant coordination, and our firefighter personnel and public safety, or excuse me, our firefighter personnel, protective equipment, and replacement needs, which helps us keep our firefighters safe. He also coordinated our first annual pancake breakfast, and I want to speak to that for a second. Josh has a long tenured history of working with the Allison and Rauch Firefighters Burn Foundation, and in a 5-year period, he was a part of an organization that collected over $100,000 in donations from fire departments throughout Los Angeles County, and they donated that to allow for sending kids to the burn camp. And that's important because in 2023, he took on the pancake breakfast, also was able to raise funds, and at the request of Josh and the association, they were able to take those funds and donate it to Officer Swanson's family. Josh can frequently be found with new firefighters at all hours of the day, and I do mean all hours. And then finally, in 2023, Josh was promoted to the rank of fire engineer. So with that, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for setting the standard, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Josh, I'm very proud and pleased to present you with the Certificate of Commendation as the 2023 Firefighter of the Year. And I'm going to read this as well,
Okay.
because we heard such wonderful accomplishments, but we want to add ours to that as well. So whereas the Manhattan Beach Fire Department implemented a program whereby department would recognize outstanding efforts of firefighters and encourage motivation and morale by naming a Firefighter of the Year. And whereas nominees must be safety employees of any rank and must have demonstrated a commitment to the mission statement of the department, an outstanding and professional attitude and demeanor, and made a significant contribution to the department and the community. And whereas the distinction and honor of being named 2023 Firefighter of the Year recently, engineer paramedic Joshua Kueng, who has shown the professional qualities of a team player, expertise, certainly on the grill, right, on the making pancakes?
Yep.
Okay.
I know how to do 'em.
Maple syrup?
Yeah, second one coming up this year, so.
Okay, great. We'll keep an eye out for that. And the ability to perform his duties at an exceptionally high level. And Joshua's performance stands out among his peers and within the department. And whereas the City Council wishes to recognize engineer paramedic Joshua Kueng for being designated Firefighter of the Year and for doing such an outstanding job, now therefore be it resolved that I, Joe Franklin, Mayor of the City of Manhattan Beach, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Manhattan Beach, do hereby commend engineer paramedic Joshua Kueng for his outstanding contribution to the Manhattan Beach Fire Department and to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right up here.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
we're going to have Barbara come down and do a photo.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes. That's right. My fault. I'm so sorry.
No, I ran away.
Well, you'll get the full council. Here, let's get the,
Let's get the full council.
Yeah.
Do we have to do the others? I don't want to.
No, it's
No,
Retirement.
come on. Retirement, that's right.
We can Photoshop Steve in, don't worry.
Yeah. It's been done before. You're over our head.
He's peering over us.
all right, everyone up here.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I did that for you. Okay.
okay.
Let's see.
And
Do we do this or we,
moving on to agenda item number 2.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we'll get the whole family.
No, for no family down.
Yeah.
Oh, I wondered if Steve was coming. There he is. Oh, I know. Thank you for reminding me. Great.
How are you doing? Good to see you.
You want to go? Yeah, let's go behind them. Yeah. We'll go behind. Wait, we're just trying to.
Trying to adjust so we're not all cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, yeah.
wants to keep
You're
something.
going to make me go tall, or somebody.
We'll go.
Okay. All right.
All right.
How's
We've
that?
never done this.
Yeah, that's great.
Is that
Okay,
good?
just up and down.
One more. One more.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but we should still leave the chairs out, huh?
Well, let's see. Who do we have? Something about a city manager. So it's agenda item number 2 is presentation of commendation to city manager Bruce Moe on the occasion of his retirement after 35 years of services to the city of Manhattan Beach. So,
We left you.
council?
We thought if we left, it wouldn't happen.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's our opportunity to say something about Mr. Moe, and also, do we have? Well, I guess we can wait a little bit later for the presentation of other certificates. So,
Are you on?
Mayor Pro Tem, why don't you start off?
Thank you.
No pressure.
I really do. Is Bruce going to come up here?
I thought
I think we should.
Yeah, I think it should be
Bring this guy up here.
You kept looking at me, so I thought you were coming up.
I know.
No,
And-
get
come
right
on.
here.
kind of guy that needs an invitation.
Yeah, get right here, please.
All right, Bruce.
All right.
I know that you're not the kind of guy that wants to draw attention to yourself, unlike all of us elected folks. So I'm sorry that we've called you up here today. However, you deserve this recognition for 35 years of service to the city. And I really am in denial, and so I really don't have the right words to say. But when I say dedication to the city, that means a lot of different things. For you, I think it means, the city, right? It's all of you. It's the people who work here to serve our residents, right? And it's also the residents. And Bruce is Mr. Manhattan Beach. We know without a doubt that every decision you've made, at least, I don't go back 35 years. I just want to be clear on that. But I've known you since 2011, 13 years. There's no question why you are recommending the choices that you're, recommending to us. You are doing it for the good of Manhattan Beach. This is hard. This one's actually the hardest for me, because you're going to be hard to replace. And you have shown us all how to be and how to do this. And I really appreciate your grace, your friendship, your leadership, your humor. And I really thought I would write a poem I thought, because if you know Bruce, you know that he writes poems for these special occasions. And then I thought, no, because it wouldn't be very good and he deserves better. So you get no poems, but a limerick later, maybe after a beer. So I just want to thank you. More thanks to come, and still kind of mad, I guess. So no, we wish you many, many, many years of red wine and Hawaiian shirts and whatever it is you desire. So. Somebody else say something. Are we going to let Stu speak from there? Yeah, but. Okay, here we go.
Bruce, more thanks and swan songs to come, but you're not quite gone yet.
Sorry.
I will, no, we're not. We're not. I think for so many of us as just residents, we appreciate our city for its management. And that starts with someone at the top who gives of themselves, because it is often said you live and bleed, or have lived and bleed, Manhattan Beach. And all of us are the better for it. It's been big decisions, everything from building facilities, getting sufficient financing, because before he was city manager, you were a finance director for only a few years. How many years?
20.
20. So this is someone who really is familiar with our structure and is responsible for the smooth operation of our departments. And all of us as residents sort of take that for granted and don't always know who's behind it. This is a man who really has embodied what I think so many of our staff members represent, which is dedication to our residents and our community. And as the Mayor Pro Tem just indicated, it's really hard to see you go, because again, we've just been able to rely on you for all that. So without going on and muttering further, I'll just simply say thank you, and I just so value our friendship, let alone the service that you embody.
Thank you.
I was going to defer to Steve.
Steve, you ready?
Always.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, after a few terms on council, I've made hundreds, if not thousands, of decisions. Some have been big, some have been small. But the best decision that I've made my time on council is appointing Bruce with my colleagues as city manager of the city of Manhattan Beach. For all the reasons that have already been said, the fact of his dedication, his calm under fire, his belief in local government and what it can do for people, the difference it can make in their lives. And he has shown that every day that he has showed up for work in our city, in our community, and we are the better for it. And I hope that he takes with him these memories, these relationships, and I hope that he looks back with as much pride in the job that he's done as that we look back on his time with us. So Bruce, all my best to you. I know you're not done yet. There's more days up until August 18th, it sounds like, and that's all good. But I want to make this public acknowledgement that hiring you as city manager was the best decision that I've made. Congratulations on your retirement.
So those of you who don't know, when I was a new councilor in 2005, Bruce was still in finance, right? Part of your 20 years.
That's right.
Little did we know we'd have the Great Recession in 2008, 9, and thereafter. But Bruce is something else besides hold the fort down for all of us and make sure we survived that first big event. Succession planning. That's why he kind of groomed, seen it right there. Cerulean right behind him to step right in. We didn't lose a beat. I think Steve had only had 25 years of experience by that time. He was ready to go.
Yeah.
But as Bruce stepped into the city manager role, we didn't miss anything. There was no big outside him, no hiring somebody else for looking for a headhunter. We had Steve. He put it right behind him, backstopped him. So when the next big event happened to us, which was what? COVID, 2020. We had an experienced team right behind us. We didn't have to worry about what's going on. Steve had been there during the Great Recession. Steve was right there with Bruce for COVID. And you wonder why we did as well as we did. And the way to look at metrics is to say, what do we do as a city? How do we survive it? Some cities lost a lot of money and laid off staff. We did not. All because of the planning and putting those cash reserves in the bank. So one bad thing happens, which is COVID for us and for most cities, we didn't have to lose anything. So that's what we're seeing today. That planning happened years in advance. You're seeing it down the road later on. So I'll add the only person in this council, and I can say it clearly, that's ever worn this man's tie has been me. And you show up at council, literally, I'd show up and forget my tie, but guess who had one? The secret is Bruce hides his ties behind the door in his office. So you have like 15 ties to pick from. So I do not wear that one. I want you to know that one. That one is still not worn. But other than that, just to let you guys know, losing somebody that had, Steve mentioned, not just the blue blood of Manhattan Beach, but left people behind that he's trained to protect the city going forward, all the way down the next time. We have a major event. We don't have to worry about it. We've got battle-tested veterans. They get us through that. So wherever Bruce goes, and we have gifts, we're not going to give you our gifts yet, Bruce. You actually leave. But wherever you go until then, we're proud of you. Thank you for being here. All your time, dedication to us has made us all better council. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Well, it's the rookie coming up to say goodbye and thank you. As I rotated into mayor, I go around the city, and there's all these people that go, oh, well, I'm the mayor of Pine Avenue. Oh, I'm the mayor of El Porto. Well, I'm the mayor. And I'm going, what are you talking about? I went and we all ran and, became mayors. But there's only one city manager, okay? And we can go ahead, and what has really impressed me the most is we can go ahead and come in with ideas, and we work through them as a team, but it's up to you and our staff to implement them, but the directions come from you. And I just want to say I've been so impressed with your professionalism, your even-handedness, your calm at the at the helm of the ship, and it's just been a pleasure to get to know you even better. And just as I started, you're going to be going, but you will be missed. You'll be you're always loved, and you're always welcome back. So congratulations. Okay. All right, no, we're not done yet. So let's see, are there any dignitaries visiting here who have something to present?
Dempsey's going to give him something. Shakespeare pen, maybe? Perhaps?
And you could,
Sure,
yeah,
come on up.
yeah.
Come on up, Tom.
Show him what he's won, Tom.
There you go, Tom. Thanks for coming.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Backley, Beach Cities Health District. Bruce, I know how much you like this, so I'm going to make this brief. I said to Bruce when I came in, it's always good to see someone make it to the other side, and he said, I got till August 19th. So we would go to conferences together, and I would see Bruce for a second, and then he'd go down to the front row and sit right up front, and I would be like, oh, I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah, so... but congratulations on behalf of the Beach Cities Health District. I want to thank you, whether it was restorative justice or older adult services or the pandemic. We were able to partner with you and the city, and we really appreciate that, Health District. And so on behalf of the board, we have this certificate for you. And also as a friend, I appreciate our breakfast. And sorry to see you go, but I'm sure I'll be seeing you around. So congratulations.
Thanks, Tom.
So, Bruce, I'm here representing City of Hermosa Beach. Excuse my voice. I did not wake up like this. I think it's a protest of your departure. So you're not going to get the long version because I have a little bit of laryngitis, but I'm Suja Lowenthal from the City of Hermosa Beach, and I've been the city manager there for 6 years. Bruce is the first person that called me, so that probably doesn't surprise any of you. I barely got there, and he was the first person that called me to tell me that we have a tradition in the South Bay. Beach City city managers get together and take out the new city manager to lunch. And I wanted to let you know that I appreciated that, but it didn't stop there. You continue to serve as a personal mentor to me, my kitchen cabinet member, and I hope that continues, and it means a lot. So the Grace Under Fire you see here in Hermosa Beach is Hermosa Beach, sorry. Manhattan Beach. I never utter any other city name but Hermosa Beach. But the Grace Under Fire you see here is something that we have in our profession. So all of you know him as the city manager that serves this community. But he is the city manager amongst great city managers in our profession. It is, and Tom knows this, it's quite rare these days to have someone who has served for as long as he has and continue to mentor people that are coming up through the ranks here in public service and sometimes out of public service, but he has been a steady force in our profession. And prior to COVID, we were bemoaning all of the people that we would be losing to retirements and we called it the silver tsunami, and it was quite frightening. And because of COVID, a lot of these folks hung in there, and I'm grateful if you are one of them that hung in there, because it has helped me personally in my own role. And I do just want to thank you for that. You are an amazing professional, but you're just a downright good human being. And I want to thank you for that. And I hope you stay in the City Managers Association and help us train and bring up and guide and steward those of us that are still new and those of us that are hoping to serve our own communities in that way. It's challenging. No one wants your job. That's why no one says I'm the city manager of Pine Avenue nobody wants it, but you make it look so easy. You make it look so easy, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you for everything. Best of luck to you. You absolutely deserve the best decades ahead of you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
You don't have Bruce talk until she leaves, all right? No talking, no limit till you leave.
Do whatever he wants.
All right.
Get Steve in there?
Oh.
Can we get Steve in the
Yeah, make
overhead
sure you get
picture?
Steve.
He looms large.
And Steve.
No photo bombing, Steve.
Okay, wait.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
And we've got a few things for you, too.
We don't have to do it. We can do that on.
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not
Okay.
yet.
Not yet.
Not officially.
Okay, great. And then we have these others from other elected officials. We'll
Save
go,
those for the 18th.
yeah.
Save those.
Okay, we'll save those for the other night. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can Bruce say something?
Oh, yes, of course.
2 bites of the apple.
Well,
That's your microphone. You paid for it.
I'm not Ronald Reagan.
Well, Bruce, wait a minute. Oh, that's retirement, right? That's what.
I have one more tie upstairs for you, but then I'm done. Okay. You know, I really don't know what to say. I'm so appreciative of the recognition. I am beyond grateful for the 35 years I've spent here. I'm blessed, and it's the community. It's certainly the councils, past and present, that gave me the opportunity to be here. It's department heads that do the hard work day in, day out, and the staff that we have that make us all look good. It's just a remarkable team effort, and I can't tell you how proud I am to be the city manager here. It's really the best job. It's the hardest job, but it's the best job and most rewarding job that you can have because of the community and the appreciation that everybody has for our city services and everything that we do. And so it's a two-way love fest as far as I'm concerned. But again, I'm grateful and I'm so blessed, and I just thank you all for the opportunity to do this. My dad once told me there was no greater what was the right word? There's nothing greater than being a public employee. The honor of being a public employee is really special. And I don't think when I was 14 years old, when my dad told me that I had any idea. And so I have to tell him, you know, this is true. This has been great. And again, I'm just blessed, and thank you for all the support. And I look forward to still interacting with all of you in the future. So thank you so much.
We got our chairs.
I think we're done, right?
All right, the Roxbury rope is back out.
I'm not crying. Nope. Not correct.
Okay. All right, so moving on to item E, approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. We have
So
a motion. My screen is gone.
Your Honor,
Dark, yes?
I'd like to pull number 9.
Okay, yes? Which one?
9.
9?
Nine.
It'll be number 9 on the consent.
Okay.
Consent. Oh, good. Okay.
Okay, so with the exception, approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances, with the exception of item number 9. My screen is blank.
You have a first
John
by
Law.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth and a second by myself.
And we'll have
Okay.
to do a roll call, right?
Correct. Councilmember Lester?
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth?
Yes.
Mayor Franklin?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so moving on to item number F, City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. 1 minute per person, please. And, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, esteemed council members. My name is Nina Tarnay, and I'm here on behalf of the Miracosta Cross Country Team. I'd like to invite all of you to attend our upcoming fundraiser on August 3rd. It's going to be a 2-mile sand run. I'm going to call it the sand walk because I'll be participating in walking. So if you can all join me and support our team, it would be great. All proceeds go directly to the Miracosta Cross Country Team, and you can sign up at mcxc.org. Thank you. Have a good night.
August 3rd, right?
August 3rd at 8 a.m. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council. I'm Cultural Arts Supervisor Eric Brinkman, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the public to a couple of forthcoming cultural arts events. This Thursday and Friday, we'll be welcoming back Shakespeare by the Sea to Pollywog Park. Shakespeare by the Sea is a nonprofit organization based in the South Bay that provides outdoor theatrical performances free of charge. On Thursday, July 18th, the troupe will be performing the comedy Cardenio. And the following night, Friday, July 19th, they will perform Henry IV. Performances will start promptly at 7 p.m. and run until 9 p.m. with a brief intermission. Seating is first come, first served, so be sure to arrive early and reserve your spot. Also be sure to bring some snacks and a blanket and make a night of it. Please also mark your calendars for Friday, July 26th from 5 to 7 p.m. for our opening reception of our annual community exhibition at the Manhattan Beach Arts Center. This is our 6th annual community exhibition, and it will feature the diverse talents of local artists. 97 original artworks will be on display, showcasing an array of mediums, including ceramics, painting, photography, fiber arts, and more. This is a great opportunity to explore the local artist community, enjoy light refreshments, and meet some of the artists. The annual community exhibition will be on display from Friday, July 26th through Sunday, October 6th. Hope to see everybody at both events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. I want to start off today, really thank you, Bruce, for all the partnership that you have shown throughout the last few years. You're definitely probably the greatest asset the city has, and we just want to thank you prior to this community announcement. And I will say, before I shop anywhere, I always think about shopping in Manhattan Beach, so now I do all my services here at Toyota Manhattan Beach, thanks to Bruce. In terms of our announcement today, we want to share some more information on our hazardous waste disposal program here in the city of Manhattan Beach. We just want to remind everybody to never dispose of batteries, electronics, vapes, whatever type of electronic products inside of your trash, recycling, and organic containers. Those items are our largest cause of truck fires. So we definitely want to make sure we avoid all of that. We have actually made it pretty easy for everyone to schedule hazardous waste collection here in the city. You can either call our 800 number located on the screen, or you can also go to wm@yourdoor.com. You can schedule collection for other things like pool chemicals, garden chemicals, paints, other hazardous materials. So again, just avoid putting any of those hazardous items in your containers to avoid any potential issues. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, can you tell us your name and what company you're with?
Yeah, Eric with Waste Management, or WM.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, Manhattan Beach, and the residents of Manhattan Beach. Dempsey Nelson from your neighboring city of Hermosa Beach in my role tonight as board member for Shakespeare by the Sea. Thank you so much for the announcement. Yes, indeed, for the 27th year, Shakespeare by the Sea, all of those years, except for the COVID years, right here in Pollywog Park, as well as other parks all over Los Angeles. I'll use the rest of my 1 minute to say you've probably never heard of Cardenio. Well, neither had any of us. It's considered a lost play of Shakespeare. The play was attributed to William Shakespeare and John Fletcher, or maybe Jane Fletcher, as you'll see when you come to see the performance. A stationary register entry of 1653 shows that it was performed once in 1613. What we have done at Shakespeare by the Sea is the director, who's a company member and another company member, has adapted it, and it indeed is a comedy. And unlike all the Shakespeare you've seen, there's some contemporary language involved here. Everyone's enjoyed it so far, at every performance. So think Shakespeare in love, you're going to have a good time. So please come Thursday night for Cardenio, Friday night for Henry IV, parts 1 and 2. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you. Well, light through yonder window breaks.
That's right.
Look at you.
Kenny.
I mean, wow.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. My name is Archie Sherman with the Parks and Rec, and I'm here on behalf of our department to invite you and members of the community to attend or even participate in some of these events coming up, taking place in our city. First up, as you can see on the board, we have this weekend is the 56th annual Manhattan Beach Open Tennis Tournament. The tournament will take place Thursday through Sunday. There'll be both doubles, pairings, singles, players, and recreation levels, as well as aspiring professional athletes and the USTA-sanctioned open divisions. Matches will take place at Live Oak and Maricosta, with the divisional finals being held at the Manhattan Beach Country Club on Sunday. Then the next event after that we have is the 61st International Surf Festival. Events taking place in Manhattan will kick off on Friday, August 2nd, with the legendary Charlie Sakely six-man volleyball tournament. Additional events throughout the festival will include the surfing and body surfing championships, both the peer-to-peer swim and paddleboard races. Then closing out that weekend will be the junior six-man volleyball tournament on Sunday. And for more information and the complete schedule, which you see up there, you can go to surffestival.org. And then lastly, just in time of our city manager's final weekend here, he could celebrate at the AVP. We had
Coincidence, right, Archie?
Exactly. They specifically planned it this way. So it's their 63rd or our 63rd annual Manhattan Beach Open, and AVP will be coming back. And on Thursday, they'll be holding the largest qualifier, and that'll be on August 15th. Largest qualifier in the nation again. They'll have approximately 200 teams playing in that. Later that afternoon, we'll hold the Pier Plaque ceremony, where we'll honor the last year's winners, Taylor Crabb, Taylor Sander, Betsy Flint, and Julia Scholes. The main draw will begin on Friday in a double elimination tournament, and will end with finals on the 18th. For those of you, unlike Bruce, who can't be there on Sunday, or will be there in person, it will be televised through YouTube TV during the main draw, and then the men's and women's final will be broadcasted on national TV that Sunday afternoon. And for more information on that, avp.com. So hope to see everyone at 1, 2, or all 3 of the events. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Archie. And that schedule that took up the screen, is that going to be advertised in the Beach Reporter and the like? And where can people find out?
For the Surf Festival or AVP?
All of them, yeah.
Yes, we'll post both of them online.
And then on the website?
Yes, on our website.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Alexandria Latranier, your Communications and Civic Engagement Manager. I'm just here to announce to the public again that we have a temporary park and ride shuttle service that will take you from Pacific Elementary, where you can park for 5 hours, and it'll bring you to downtown, 2 locations. So the locations can be found at www.manhattanbeach.gov/MB shuttle. You can see a route map there, but just quickly, the locations are Manhattan Avenue and 10th Street, and right here in front of City Hall. So I saw the shuttle go by just a minute ago, but we'll pick you up and drop you off every 20 minutes on the hours, and the service times are Monday through Thursday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., and Friday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And this is just a temporary service that we're offering to the city because of the closure of the top floor of Lot 3. So we're trying to mitigate the parking issues in downtown. So hopefully this provides a free and green way to get around downtown. Thank you.
Your Honor, one question.
Yes.
Allie, are these our shuttles or outside shuttles?
This is a contracted shuttle service from the city. So it now has a magnet on there, so it's visible. It's a big black shuttle with a really brightly colored MB shuttle on there. It looks just like this poster that's on the screen right now. So it's really highly visible.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
And then also to clarify, it's not just for people in the surrounding area by Pacific School. You can be on the east side, drive to Pacific School, park there, and then you'll be taken right into downtown.
Yeah, it's a really convenient way that's open for everyone and is free of charge. So you can park at Pacific Elementary, ride down to the beach, stay for a few hours, and then ride back. And it's a really great way to get around downtown and utilize even going from the 2 locations from City Hall to 10th Street or, City Hall to Pacific.
Great. Thank you. Good idea.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Wubbles, and I am here on behalf of the Manhattan Beach Library. The One Book, One County program is running through July 27th. The author will visit the Manhattan Beach Library on Sunday, July 28th for a writing workshop and reception. Thank you to the city for help sponsoring this event. The Ocean Adventure is bringing their Marine Science Assembly to the library on Wednesday, July 24th at 3 p.m. Kids will learn all about sharks and come face to face with a true-to-size model of a great white shark. On Thursday, July 25th at 3 p.m., teens are invited to learn about the art of henna and get their own body designed by Karishma Beauty Salon. Tomorrow, there is a clay sculpture class for adults taught by artist Claudia Hindu at 5 p.m. We also have yoga with Petra Poshman every Saturday in July for adults starting at 10:30 a.m. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, while you're up, so you said One Book, One County. What is the book?
It's called LA Weather.
And the author, you said, is going to be here on July 28th.
Correct.
For a writing workshop?
Yes.
And what's their name?
Maria Escandon. Maria Amparo Escandon.
Okay, great. Thank
you.
you.
Do have to register for the workshop. It's at 1 p.m. It will end at 2:30, and then the reception will start at 2:45 to 3:30 p.m.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
We expect a book report.
Yeah.
You can't handle my book report.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to make an announcement to our community that summer is a very busy time. People are out on the beach and they're on the Strand and they're walking through our town. And a lot of those people are unhoused people. And if you see someone, even if, and you think they might need some help, the city has a Reach Manhattan Beach app. Please make a notice on that so that we can get them the resources that they need. And if you see somebody that needs help, maybe a well check, maybe there's an encampment on the beach, which is not allowed, camping on the beach, not allowed to be camping anywhere, no tents in Manhattan Beach. Again, please call the emergency police department and they can reach out to them, and we have lots of resources available to them. So thanks for the city for supporting it with the Reach Manhattan Beach app, and thank you to everybody in the community for actually using it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rita. And we have special cards made up that are actually on the table back there where you can download that app, Reach Manhattan Beach, for Android or for Apple. And on that, you can go ahead and make a notification and report homeless activity and really give them a hand off the streets. So thank you.
You could do lots with the app. You can,
Well,
yeah.
Potholes.
I didn't want to. Potholes, graffiti, whole bunch of things. Okay, next. Anybody else here in council chambers? How about online?
There are no requests on Zoom.
No requests? Okay. Colleagues? Steve?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, so I have two. One, I'm standing in for David Archer and talking about an event that's an upcoming event. It's the Mayor's Lunch. So let's see.
Well, you'd know about that.
The chamber board installation. It's August 7th, 2024, from 11:30 to 1 p.m. and it's at the Tin Roof Bistro in Manhattan Village. So once again, it's the Mayor's Lunch. You can get your tickets the normal way, whatever that is. So I have a QR code here, but you can go online and just look for Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. And again, that's August 7th, 2024. I should make a note of that, I think.
I'm told we have a table. I was using your QR code, but I'm told we're good.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
For the QR code?
No, I got it.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
good.
You're set.
No, I'm
Amazing
coming.
technology.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I have a community announcement as well. We are pleased to announce that the Manhattan Beach City Council has appointed our Community Development Director, Talene Mirzakhanian, as the acting city manager, effective August 19th. You've seen her present here many times, and this decision comes as part of the city's commitment to ensuring continuous and effective leadership after retirement of City Manager Bruce Moe on August 18th, concluding 35 years of dedicated public service in Manhattan Beach. So, Talene, thank you so much, and we're looking forward to working with you as the interim city manager. Thank you. Okay, and I think that
Mr. Mayor?
concludes. Yes.
If I may,
Microphone.
as the council's aware, the council chambers is going to be undergoing some remodeling here after tonight's meeting. And so the next council meeting on August 6th and until further notice, likely until September 3rd or September 17th, will be held at the Police Fire Conference Room across the Civic Center Plaza here. So tonight is the last meeting in chambers until September 3rd or the 17th, depending on how long those renovations to the technology take.
Okay, great. And the long-awaited spa here, right? We're going to make this the hot tub for after the meetings? Okay. So that's great. Thank you.
Public comment.
Did you say that?
No,
Comment? Okay, great. So now we move on to item G, public comments. Speakers may provide public comments on any matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council, including items on the agenda. So we have any public comments?
Good evening. My name is Scott Yanofsky. Just a thought came to my head recently. I know we have to put an RFP out when we're doing work in the city, but has anyone concentrated on approaching people in the city, concrete contractors, attorneys, and dealing with them directly and see what kind of assistance we can get for them for maybe a lesser charge or a donation? When I did the 9/11 memorial, I paid only 25% of the contractors. Everything else was donated for the work that we did. The concrete, the grading, the landscape was done by the Neptune Society. So just a thought, put it out there when something is needed, and maybe someone in the city does it, like with the escalators. We only have 4 escalators in the whole city. So maybe someone owns an office building has a lot more experience with that. Maybe that's the person we should go to help us with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Next.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm here to talk about the High Rose project now under construction. I'm Gail Fortis, a 37-year resident of El Porto. Yesterday at 11:30 a.m., I was driving home on Rosecrans from Sepulveda. As I came over the crest just before High Rose, I was startled by a huge wide-load truck that was totally blocking the left lane, requiring a quick lane change from me. I'm always one of the slower drivers coming over the crest. There were orange cones around the truck, but no lead time warning until I was almost upon the truck. On the other side of the street on Rosecrans, near Highland, there was a fellow holding a sign, slow, giving warning. The need for the warning was on the high road side of the street where the truck was parked, blocking a lane of traffic. Had I been slightly distracted or driving any faster, I hate to think how close I came to being in a moving collision with a monstrous truck. I reported this today to Teagan, and congratulations on your new position for city manager duties. Also to Doug Atkinson, the city's senior building inspector, Bruce Moe, and now you. This is not the first time big dump trucks, huge cherry pickers, bulldozers, and excavators have blocked the road without appropriate forewarning. At this point, it's enough, and it needs to be addressed. Thank you for listening and for your service.
Great, thank you, Gail. Anybody else in chambers? Okay, how about online?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Martha. So we're going to close public comments. And we're going to go on to the consent calendar, but I need to read something first, please. And that is, prior to the approval of the consent calendar, I have an oral announcement related to item number 6, which is staff's recommendation to appoint Onyx Jones as the interim finance director while a recruitment is conducted for a permanent replacement. Ms. Jones will be paid an hourly rate of $111 and will receive no additional benefits. This agenda item fulfills CalPERS requirements for the interim appointment of a CalPERS retiree to a vacant position. Thank you. So item number H, consent calendar. So do we have a motion with the exception of item number 9?
We do. So moved, items 1 through 8, exception
Okay.
9.
And so we have, it's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Amy Haworth, seconded by Councilmember Richard Montgomery. Oral vote?
Mayor Franklin,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth,
Yep.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Great, so we move on to I, items removed from the consent calendar. That would be number 9. Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pulled this item because we've gone back and forth over the new proposed signage, what the colors will be, what the font is. And before we go forward on a $250,000 contract to print these things, I want to make sure that we're absolutely, in favor of what was proposed before. If we have any changes, let's do them now. Let's look at it again. But we've gone back and forth. I've heard, input from different community members, input from council over the months since we last approved this as to whether or not they're the right color, they're the right anything. So I want to put that out to my colleagues and make sure that this is the direction we want to go. And if there are any changes to make, let's make them now before we go down this path of spending $250,000. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Haworth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you bringing it up, Councilmember Napolitano. This is for the Phase 1 project, and I want to confirm or clarify, it does not include the installation of any street identification signs, which those are I think right now I know they're blue, the little ones in the neighborhoods, say 5th Street or Pine Avenue or whatnot. And I guess I'm asking for verification on that. We're not approving that as part of this. And Director Lee, is that correct?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Eric Lee, your Public Works Director. Mayor Pro Tem is correct. The item before you tonight is really dealing with parking directional signage. Understand that the council has provided us additional feedback and wants to have further discussion about the street identification signs, specifically as it relates to the color and the, what we've heard is the shoe logo on the existing street signs. We're planning to come back for that discussion with the council in August.
great, because that was what I had brought up when I asked to reconsider those neighborhood signs. I'm, still thinking, then there's room for discussion because we don't have to make those decisions tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we're doing is only the parking directional signage that's outlined in the report, and this was an item that we brought to you back on March 19th, getting permission to bid that limited portion of the whole wayfinding program.
And so the discussion about the street identification signs, will that come back as a regular business item and not as consent?
Correct. We're going to be looking for direction from the council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Montgomery?
Thank you, Your Honor. Those of you wondering why we're seeing this again, we started this in 2017.
14.
Those of you that watched council back in those days. So since then, 7 years later, and 3 different councils later, we're almost agreement on everything. But we're almost there. This is mainly, like you said, parking issues, signage, as you've seen, especially downtown. We have different signs of different colors and different locations, trying to, I guess, get consistency and also a little bit of visibility. So this is the first step. And as Director Lee said, we're not talking about color of signage yet. We're talking about parking and issues that we have consistently have been inconsistent. So here we are, and good point, Steve, to bring it back out to make sure we're all clear, but that's where our focus should be. It's now we're moving forward, hopefully, and then we'll see the rest of it later in the year. Thank you. Okay. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Any more questions, Council? So we open this up to public comment. Anybody here in chambers? No? How about online?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comments on item number 9. And last discussion?
I make a motion to accept item number 9, recommendations.
And a second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Amy Haworth and seconded by Councilmember Richard Montgomery. So can we have a verbal vote, please?
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Mayor Franklin.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. All right, so we move on to item number J, public hearings. Let's see, so item number 10, conduct public hearing for consideration of adopting resolutions regarding renewal of downtown business improvement district bid for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and Finance Director Sherillian.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My last public hearing, my last City Council meeting. Pleasure to be here tonight on an annual conducting a public hearing for our downtown BID, as well as the collecting assessment ratification goes on tonight. I'm going to hand it over to Libby Bredhauer, our Financial Services Manager.
Okay, thank
I
you.
like the tie, Steve.
And
Mr. Mayor.
You're a trendsetter, what can I say?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Libby Bredhauer, Financial Services Manager. And tonight we are pleased to present for your consideration the renewal of the Downtown Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2024-25. This annual renewal is a process required by state law. The process for renewal began during the June 18th City Council meeting with the approval of a resolution of intention to renew and levy the assessment. The next step is to hold a public hearing tonight to accept testimony for or against the proposed assessments. Approval is based on whether there is a weighted majority protest by businesses paying 50% or more of the total assessment. This year, assessments again remain unchanged for the district. The Downtown Business Improvement District is funded through an 80% surcharge on the annual business license tax for its members, up to a maximum of $600 per business. All legal requirements for tonight's public hearing have been met, including mailing copies of the resolution to all BID members, and a notice was published in the Beach Reporter. To renew the bid, several steps need to be taken by City Council tonight, including 1, hold a public hearing to receive any testimony. Assuming insufficient protests are received, please adopt Resolution Number 2482, authorizing the collection of assessments. 2, ratify the Business Improvement District Advisory Board members. 3, adopt Resolution Number 2483, approving the signed agreement by the City Manager and Business Improvement District Advisory Board Chairperson for services outlined in the attached activity plan and budget, which starts on page 162 of your agenda packet. And 4, authorize the disbursement of BID funds collected during the fiscal year 2023-24. So Jill Lampkin, Executive Director of the Downtown Business and Professional Association, is here in attendance tonight. And I just want to thank her for her ongoing collaboration and support. We are all here to answer any questions you may have. If none, we recommend the public hearing is opened at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Councilmember Lesser.
I have one for Libby. Can you simply walk through the budget? Because I've had an exchange with Director Shrillian, just how it appears on this attachment on page 168 of the staff report that the expenditures exceed the income, and thus there's a deficit shown on the proposed budget of net operating income. But I understand that that interpretation is maybe not accurate. Can you just explain the budget at a high level, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to try. This is prepared by the Downtown Association, so happy if Jill wants to also step in. But my understanding is that this is done intentionally, since they do have almost $300,000 in reserves that they are intending to draw down on some one-time capital projects and initiatives. But I'll turn it over to Jill if she wants to add more.
No, that's it. You're good.
Okay.
Unless they have more questions.
That's fine.
Did that
I do see a
fully,
reference to a
capture the
large
question?
forecasted expenditures to reduce reserves, but there is a negative $125,703 operating income, and I presume that is what the explanation is as to why.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Anybody else?
Well, I'll wait to speak after the public.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to, I've got a question as well. For the business improvement and activity plan on page 157 of the report, it talks about work with the city traffic engineer to determine effective rideshare drop-off zones. And that's a particular pet peeve of mine, because they do drop off in traffic and in a traffic lane. So if you could just maybe give us an idea of the progress of that, or what some ideas are. Please.
Good evening, City Council. Jill Lampkin, Executive Director for the Downtown Business and Professional Association. Thank you for the question. It's something that I think bothers all of us as residents and people who are in Manhattan Beach. The requirements of Uber and Lyft, the ability to geofence particular areas right now are limited to special events, but I keep bringing it up. It's kind of one of those things that stays on there. It's just so that I keep on top of Eric going, has anything changed? Has anything changed this year where we can actually limit that? One of the things that it's on there about too is, should we be able to introduce some sort of shared ride service within town, that would be a requirement that we could do. And so that's, as we've been talking to Circuit, you guys know that is something that we have required, that they would have to put in their proposal, that we could delineate where exactly they would be dropped off to keep people from blocking lanes of traffic.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
And yeah, I was just trying to figure out my other question here is, one of them too, as far as a goal, is to develop ongoing relationship between the Downtown Business Professional Association and Los Angeles Chargers and Rams to provide mutually beneficial events. Because I know we tried once, but I think it came too quickly or something.
Yeah, and that is, thank you again for the question. That is just an ongoing relationship that we have. I about 4 months ago went on an advocacy trip to DC with the chamber and was able to do some advocacy work with those two organizations, and we are constantly back and forth going, well, what do you think about this? Is this a possibility? Is there a way that we could do a shuttle? I mean, we're just constantly looking for ways, instead of just a major big event, what other things can we do to loop Manhattan Beach into those bigger events?
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions,
I wonder,
comments?
hey,
Yep.
Jill, while you're still there.
Councilmember Montgomery? Okay, sir.
Usually there are no questions.
I know, it's that time of the year. Earlier comment, you're aware that the homeless count in 2017 was 41, and the last count we have was 4. So the comment made earlier was that we're seeing a lot more, or there may be more unhoused downtown. I'm curious, have you seen that? Is it every day? And what number are we talking? Is it 2? Is it 10? Is it 20? What are you seeing down there that we're not seeing or we're not hearing about? It's ballpark, just an idea.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I'm shocked to hear that you've not been hearing about it, because we talk about it. Amy hears about it all the time because she attends our monthly meeting. She's our representative. We actually have been working very closely with MB Safe, and we have given out instructions for how everyone should be handling it. But if you were to ask me, I would say at least once a day we encounter a homeless individual downtown, and I would say on average it would be probably 2 every day.
Okay.
It's
So
a
we're not
very,
talking
very
large-
regular
We're not talking
occurrence.
large numbers, but we're still in 1 or 2 a day.
Well, yes, it's just that I might see, I could off the top of my head say there are at least 10 regulars that we know of that we often refer to by name. So there are at least 10 regularly, and then I would say beyond that, probably another 1 or 2 a day. I'm sorry, I guess I should have explained that up front. So yeah, I don't disregard the 41 as an accurate number.
In the past, 41.
Correct.
20, that was citywide in 2017.
Right.
Now we're counting, the last count is 4.
Right,
But we're
and-
still seeing more downtown,
Absolutely.
the transient ones that are coming through.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said. The current count was 2.
2.
Oh, then yes, then I would absolutely say that number is inaccurate.
Right.
Thank you very much.
And just to clarify, that point in time, was taken in January.
Yeah,
And
well,
that-
and it's hard because it is. I've done the homeless count before too. It's a fixed period of time. It's you're walking up and down streets and not necessarily looking under stairwells and all of those kinds of things too.
The reason
So
why I
it's-
asked you on there is that I'm making sure we're not hearing different people give different numbers, and that we're actually want to asking Jill, if she's downtown, what exactly she's seeing. That way we get a better idea.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, good. Thank you.
Anything else? I won't sit down and come back.
I'll have
I get my
comments
steps in
afterwards.
this way.
No, that's fine for
Okay.
now. We're going to ask for public comments. So, nobody in chambers? How about online?
Jim Burton.
Good evening, Council. Jim Burton, longtime resident. I'm also a business owner and have had a business in downtown since like 2009. I get no issues with the $600 the Downtown Business Professional Association charges. I appreciate Jill's comments on the homeless and Councilmember Montgomery. Appreciate the question. Certainly in the summer months, there are more homeless in town. And I'm not sure exactly what resources can be used to assist those, but did just want to make a comment regarding the Chargers and the Rams. And I think Councilmember Franklin, you pointed out that there was an attempt to do something during the week. It was late at night. Whatever we can do to encourage the relationship with these organizations, I think in downtown is absolutely fantastic, to the extent that it doesn't interrupt residents or be during the week. It was late at night, but there's certainly appreciate Jill's efforts and others to continue to build that relationship. I think is healthy for the community and healthy for downtown. And on a final note, Director Sherillian, I apologize I am not in chamber tonight. I appreciate your service to the community. You've been here for a long time. Steve, you and I have had a great relationship, and I appreciate your service. Not only financially, but just as an individual to this community. I think it's been fantastic. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Jim. Okay, any more comments?
Yes, Heather Kim.
Okay, online.
Hi, Hi, I just wanted to make the comment about the homeless in downtown. But right now, we do see several homeless come through in our business, and sometimes it's okay, and sometimes they are very, they act very erratically, and there's, there are problems. So it is something that we see daily. It is not to be, I hope that the problem doesn't feel like it's downsized just because our whole official count was low this year. I don't know why, even though the official number is low, it feels like there's a lot more people passing through and a lot more negative encounters that we're having. I want to just thank Jill Lampkin. She's just amazing for everything that she does to keep us informed in terms of how to deal with any issues that arise. And she listens to all the business owners, and she's just amazing. So thank you, Jill, for all you do. But yes, let's not think that we're in the clear with the homeless issue, because in my view, it's actually getting worse and they're more aggressive. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Heather.
There's no additional requests.
Okay, so we'll close public comments, and colleagues, comments?
Thank
Mayor Pro
you.
Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to, a couple of little comments and then a general. With the homeless question and the answer you heard, I think one thing to keep in mind is that the downtown area is a kind of small condensed area. So when you see the unhoused or people who might have some mental illness, the same business owners are seeing those people. So they might go from, the Manhattan grocery store, and then they might go into Pages, or they might go over to the restaurant. So that they're seeing them a lot. So it's not just one little encounter and they walk through. I will say that Jill, I know she works with MB Safe, she works with the police department, and it's just, and maybe it is something for us to be aware. I am aware of it because I do go to those meetings, and maybe we can have an update, a homeless update from George, right? That's not, the LA County number and blah, 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 but here's how we're experiencing it here. Here's what we're noticing. I think that could be useful if my colleagues want. Thrilled that you're working on relationships with Chargers and Rams. I'd like to bring up, there is the Los Angeles Football Club. Several of management lives in our town, and it's very close by, and let's go. And also, of course, the Olympics are coming, and I'm sure that that's going to be a huge deal for our community, both business-wise and, perhaps opportunity to share some of our facilities with, practicing and, the athletes, and just really hope we all coordinate on that. With the final, my final bigger comment is Jill has been such an incredible partner. She represents her businesses incredibly well. She also comes mostly with a lot of solutions and collaboration and creativity, and especially with Lot 3, when the parking garage when we had to close the top floor, all of a sudden, I was really afraid of what Jill was going to say. But man, she's like, okay, this is an opportunity. Here's what we're going to do. And we could do this, and I'll call this person. It was incredible. We are so lucky, and all of the downtown business owners are so lucky to have you. And my last comment would be, this hasn't happened in a while, and I hope it doesn't, because I used to hear things like, well, the downtown business owners, as if they were some other group of people. They were just these business owners, and somehow that was bad. And I got to tell you, 90% of them are residents too, and long time residents. So I would always defend them, because they're our neighbors, and they're having their small businesses and contributing to us in so many ways. So thank you, Jill. I'll be seconding the mayor's motion. So thank you.
Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't want to push us off, but I'll start with the fact that Mayor Pro Tem is right. But first, with Olympics, we have FIFA, the World Cup in 2026. She mentioned soccer first. And did you know that we hosted the Mexican national team here for 5 days? No one knew about it. They were kept on the radar, but they were here. And then we had Team Messi, Inter Miami was here as well. So we're not on the radar when it comes to, soccer or the Olympics or FIFA. They know where to find us. They know we offer great hotels and downtown. So guys wearing pink shirts, you'll wonder exactly what's going on. It's at Amy's birthday. It's Inter Miami wears pink. That's our color.
Gold, baby, black and gold.
And the downtown comments, I brought it earlier about homeless because I want to make sure when different source, different things, we know Amy is a downtown rep. She has her ear to the ground on what they're hearing, what they're seeing, but we don't always hit the same numbers. So we want to make sure consistency is one thing. So you hear Jill say it's 10 regulars that they see. Okay. We have a reporting line set up with PD. Anytime something goes on, they have a number to call. There's a process in place. We're making sure those numbers are the same numbers. We hear 10 one day, it's 30 the next day. It's not downplaying it. It's consistency. We need to know what you're constantly seeing every day, every week. So that's why I'm asking the questions, because I want to make sure we, the council, hear the same things. And I think Mayor Tim is right. I think that we need, based on the U.S. Supreme Court decision, what we, the city, now that we have different powers, we didn't have a month ago, what we want to do moving the homeless issue forward. So timing's right. It needs to be discussed. You can't sweep it on the rug. You got to talk about it, have a game plan, and then go forward. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we have, were you
No,
clear?
that was
Okay.
unclear, to be clear.
So we have a motion by Mayor Franklin to adopt resolution numbers 24-0082 and 24-0083, and also, I guess, to ratify the board and authorize the disbursement of assessments collected through June 30th, 2024. It's seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Haworth. Could we have a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth,
Yes.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 11, which is to consider adoption of an urgency ordinance number 24007, and introduction of ordinance number 24, and then 24007 to extend an existing franchise agreement with Zenith Energy. We have Public Works Director Lee.
Good evening again. Pleased to present this proposed franchise agreement for the council's consideration. A little bit of background. This is something that normally only comes back to the council every 25 years, so I think everyone, at least in front of me right now, has not seen this one.
Steve.
Well, I guess on the screen has seen it. But a little bit of background. Zenith Energy West Coast Terminals LLC, which I'll refer to as Zenith, they operate a pipeline carrying petroleum products between Southern California Edison facilities through our city. And this franchise agreement has been in place between the city and Zenith or its predecessors since 1967. The current agreement is set to expire in August. And under the franchise, Zenith may conduct, transport, convey, or carry gas, oil, petroleum products, water, and wastewater through the city within its pipeline. And this pipeline is a little over 8,000 feet long. So it comes off of Rosecrans onto Elm, over to Marine, and then to the east city limits. So as I mentioned, the city originally entered into this franchise agreement with Southern California Edison in 1967. A new agreement was granted to Edison in 1999 for 25 years. A few years later, Edison assigned rights to Pacific Terminals. In 2009, the name change was to Plains West Coast Terminals. Then ultimately, a name change to Zenith Energy West Coast Terminals, LLC. And right now, Zenith is the entity that is requesting the extension of this franchise. So as indicated in the title, we do have two ordinances for your consideration tonight. One is an urgency ordinance that, if adopted, becomes effective immediately, and that requires a 4/5 vote of the council to enact. And also, we're looking for the introduction of a regular ordinance, and that will require a second reading and become effective 30 days after that second reading. General terms of this franchise, the grantee, in this case Zenith, must adhere to the Municipal Code, the Franchise Act of 1937, and ordinance terms. They also must pay the city amount that's a little more than $7,000 per year, and that amount is determined by the Public Utilities Code, so we don't have regulatory authority over that amount. They're also required to post a performance bond and insure us. And provide legal protections for the city, indemnification against any claims related to their franchise, and they have to accept our terms in writing. So staff's recommendation is that the council conduct a public hearing on this item, find the proposed action categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA, adopt the urgency ordinance that I mentioned, and then introduce the regular ordinance. And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Great. So, Councilmember Lesser?
Director Lee, I just want to confirm a communication that you and I have had, and that is, this is a long-term agreement of 25 years. Pipes have a tendency over time to deteriorate. So I want to confirm for the public on the record, the responsibility for maintaining, obviously, but more importantly, capitally improving, making capital improvements to these pipes is on then Zenith, the current and then proposed successor franchisee, correct?
Yes, that's correct, and it goes even farther. If there's adverse impacts from the infrastructure on our community, they would have to indemnify us.
I ask because under some franchises, the capital improvement costs are shared with the franchisor as well as the franchisee, but this is part of the agreement, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Montgomery?
Thank you, Ron. One question. Director Lee, can I put that map up that shows where the pipeline location is for Zenith Pipe, please? Everybody sees where this starts. It's not down PCH. It's down, goes Elm, and it cuts east-west down Marine. We saw the construction, like I saw last time, down Marine. Was it tied to the work on Zenith pipelines that we saw in
This
Marine
is
last
about
week?
2 or 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
No, that's different. That's a SoCal Gas main issue.
So they weren't tied. They don't do much maintenance. Once it's in the ground, they're good with it?
I'm not sure what the frequency of maintenance is on this pipeline. I'll tell you that in the 3 years I've been with the city, we've never had an incident that's been risen to my level of note.
Do you know how big that pipeline is? I know SoCal Gas Pipeline, just don't know how big Zenith Pipeline is.
We do have Zenith available on Zoom, and they can probably answer that question.
It's in here.
They can answer one question, I'd be happy with that.
You're talking about the diameter of the pipe itself?
Do we know what SoCal Gas is?
If there's a representative from Zenith on the Zoom, if you could please use the raise your hand feature.
Oh, there's Becky.
That's what Becky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi, this is Becky Sitton. I'm our right-of-way manager. And it's a 16-inch diameter pipeline.
Good. Anybody, one last question. How often do you do maintenance on that line?
John Rifalato, I think, is in the audience, so he can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're required by PHMSA to do inline inspections on our line, and I believe we do it every 3 years. Correct, John?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. That's good news. Thank you very much. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, questions? Okay, public comment? Anybody here in chambers? No? Online?
We have Craig Cadwalder.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Craig Cadwalader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Firefighter Foundation South Bay chapter. And I do appreciate that a lot of the maintenance questions have already been brought up by our various student council members. And as we know, there's been a history of maintenance issues with certain pipelines and oil spills that have resulted from that, which have impacted the city. And while that is included in agreements that and requirements of doing maintenance, does anybody follow up to see that maintenance and inspections are actually happening on a timely basis. And I realize that transport of these materials needs to happen, yet again, as we know, up in the Santa Barbara area, there was a very serious problem that did impact us. So I just am asking the question if the city does anything to ensure that maintenance and inspections are carried out on this facility. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Anybody
Next
else?
is Jim Burton.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just had a question about the pressure that the pipeline is under. I appreciate Craig's concern. I'm actually up in Santa Barbara now on a very similar issue, but just the pressure that the pipeline is under, and if for some reason there was an issue, what kind of pressures we're talking about, and that's it. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burton.
Next is Alita Rathmeyer.
Hello? Alita Rathmeyer, 751 Marine. Seeing that I live on Marine, this really concerns me. My street is crumbling, and I did have a person from the Public Works Department who is in charge of the new resurfacing project for Marine Avenue. He was quite the nice gentleman that came to the house today. However, you have a little LLC that's taking over this pipeline. So what does our city attorney talk about when we have an LLC taking over a pipeline and pushing something through the city on this emergency ordinance? Answer, please.
Oh, okay. Well,
At the end.
We don't answer till they're all done.
yeah. We don't answer until it's all finished, so.
Okay, I would really like to know before you start tearing up the street already, and it's crumbling, and we know that there's a huge pipeline under there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional requests.
No other questions? Okay, so we'll close public comments. Did you have a question?
I was going to pull him up, Your Honor, and ask if he's a rep from Zenith would answer a couple of questions for us.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're the rep from Zenith?
I'm the rep, yes.
Okay. So can you answer some of those?
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is John Rafalato. I'm the commercial manager for Zenith Terminals. I've been associated with Pipeline since Plains owned the pipeline back in 2010 up until now. So the operating pressure, the maximum allowable operating pressure on the line is 800 PSI, but the normal operating pressure on the line in this section is relatively low since it serves a customer at the refinery at Chevron's refinery. So the average pressure is probably 200-300 PSI. So.
Okay.
Second question, I'm sorry.
And then how about the maintenance issues? How is it?
That would be a staff question, right?
Yes, well, our maintenance is regulated by 49 CFR Part 195. The State Fire Marshal performs inspections on our pipelines and audits on our maintenance, on our pigging, and operational capacity of the pipeline.
Okay.
But can I ask could I follow up with that?
Sure.
Because how do we, I think that if I could have Director Lee, I don't think you should leave, but if I could have Director Lee, so State Fire Marshal regulated to inspect, et cetera, do we get some sort of verification that these things have happened? Are we overseeing that the inspections and maintenance are happening?
We're not the regulatory agency on that.
It's the regulatory, right?
So we don't do that. We might get reports that summarize work like this, but we're not the active regulator.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
And then
Honor, I have one more question. John, one more time, if you don't mind. So my question, two of them, the mayor asked. My other question is, are you doing any work that's tearing up the street anywhere between PCH going west, eastbound?
No, sir.
So you're not doing any work on Marine going eastbound. That's not them. there's something else that's not these guys. There's 16-inch pipe buried. How deep is your pipe into the ground?
Normally 4 to 6 feet, depending on crossings, street crossings, things like that. So
you
sometimes
plan-
we can run 10 feet deep.
Do you plan to add any more pipe or a new pipe and replace the pipe anytime
No,
soon?
sir. No, sir. There was a project years and years ago, and whenever we do our pigging, we inspect the integrity of the pipeline, and then that sometimes has us do some digs on the pipeline. So none are projected in this area for this line. So
That's good news. Thank you, John, very much. Appreciate it. Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
And I just have a question for Director Lee. So Director Lee, if there is any maintenance work and things like that need to be done, do they coordinate with the city through the Public Works Department?
Correct. They need to obtain a right-of-way permit, and they're responsible for all those costs, and they'd be responsible for restoring our right-of-way back to its original condition.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes.
May I
Councilmember
ask
Lesser.
the Zenith representative a follow-up question as long as you're here? I'm pleased that you're here. Thank you.
Yes.
To follow up on the questions of Councilmember Montgomery, what is the average useful life of this type of pipe?
Steel in the pipeline has different mechanisms in there that's called cathodic protection. So, you can cut normal pipelines out that are like in pristine condition. They put a charge in it, they have coatings on them, and that's what we routinely inspect based on 49 CFR 195. We pig and run a mechanical device down there that tells us if there's any, dents or dings in the pipeline. And then if they find them, they go ahead and they call them anomalies, and they'll go down, they'll dig that section of line, and they'll, replace that section. They'll inspect it and replace it. So this is done with the gas lines, water lines, so.
But if you can give me a range, and I recognize it depends on pressure, it depends on the type of crew that might be running through it, what is the useful life range?
Boy, it's hard to say. These lines were installed in the 60s. I operated a government jet fuel line for the Navy up until 2010. And, those lines were installed in the 50s, so there's still lines in the ground today that were installed in the 20s, so.
I feel like we have a duty to ask these questions because this is a 25-year franchise agreement.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
as
sir.
was just indicated by our director, we don't have oversight jurisdiction, let alone the expertise to be able to double-check the work that you're doing.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking. You indicate there has not been recent improvements, correct?
Yeah, correct. And so with these recent inspections, with inspections that are done on a, 3 to 5 year inspection, interval based on the state fire marshal, they have, engineers reviewing the data. And as like I said, they're actually checking every inch of the pipeline across. So that helps keep it and maintain it in its pristine condition to allow for these operating conditions. And even though they may fall off into certain years as far as pressure or operating capacity of the lines, they still are maintained at the higher 800 PSI pipeline pressure. So your question's like, if there's a section that doesn't seem to be, properly protected or maintained, it's cut out, and we install a new section of pipe. That's, and this pipeline probably has, maybe 100 of those cutouts throughout its length of 37 miles or so.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Haworth?
Yes, and I'm going to try to ask the question that our resident, Alita Rethmeyer, asked, or clarify, because she was, I think, concerned because what she was seeing is, this is now Zenith LLC, and not Southern California Edison, but my understanding is the rights have been assigned to Zenith, but prior to that, it was Plains West Coast Terminals LLC, and prior to that, it was Pacific Terminals LLC. So there's nothing really different, and I'm looking to our city attorney
Yes.
in terms of indemnification, liability for the city. There's zero difference.
That's correct. When it went from Edison to the first, the predecessor, that was 2003.
Right.
And that was an LLC in 2003.
Good.
And now its name changes.
It's just the name change,
Yeah,
different
so
companies.
it's been
Okay, thank you.
owned and operated by an LLC since 2003.
Thank you.
Your Honor, one last one.
Yes.
John, for the non-engineers and everybody else in the public, explain what a pig is and what it does with line 4.
yeah, so to inspect the pipeline, a metal pipeline, they run a pipeline inspection device. They call it inline inspection device, and it's about a 14-foot piece of, has different mechanisms on it. It has a little magnetic field that it runs, and it checks the wall thickness of the pipe all the way down the pipeline. It has a little wheel on the back where it also tells you exactly where it is. It has GPS. So at the end, when they're going through this log that's, just bunches of data, it'll tell you that, hey, there could be an anomaly at 6 o'clock on the pipeline, 10 feet from the corner of Marina and wherever else it's in Elm or something, so very accurate, and, it's used throughout our industry, so.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that'll be the last time for you to sit down and agree to.
Oh, sorry, I was like, what are you talking about last one?
No. I think we're just saying that'll be the last time. You got your exercise today. Okay, so we have a motion to accept by Mayor Pro Tem Amy Haworth.
Well,
I think it's
we have to do two.
3 steps.
3 steps,
Yeah.
okay.
Item number 2 is the CEQA finding. To make that finding, you see item number 2?
I see item B. Oh,
Okay.
conduct a I see up a recommendation. Okay, yes, so item number 2. So we find the proposed action categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Yes.
So
Is
that would
that
be
your
what-
motion?
That would be my first motion.
Okay.
I'm a second.
Okay.
And seconded by Councilmember Montgomery.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and the second motion by Councilmember Montgomery.
Just say adopt urgency ordinance.
Yes.
My motion is to adopt urgency ordinance number 24-007U.
There's a second, I'll read the title.
Yep.
Seconded by Mayor
Seconded.
Pro Tem.
Okay, urgency ordinance number 24-0007U. An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Manhattan Beach, California, extending the term of a pipeline franchise previously granted to Zenith Energy West Coast Terminals LLC, its successors and assigns, for an additional term of 25 years to operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, and remove or abandon in place a system of pipelines and appurtenances for the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying gas, oil, petroleum products, water, wastewater, and other substances on, along, in, under, and across certain specified public streets, ways, alleys, and places within Manhattan Beach, superseding ordinance number 2000-002, and adopting a finding of exemption, which you've already done, from CEQA, under CEQA guidelines section 15301, and declaring the urgency thereof.
Your Honor, as the maker of the motion, one clarification that the name change LLC, the same protections we've had LLC 2003 continue.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Vote, please.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I'm going to propose that we take a.
One more motion.
Yeah.
one
I
more
try.
So, yeah, we need the
Just to inform the public,
pin.
the reason we had an urgency ordinance is this franchise will expire on August 14th. And so now that you've adopted it by more than a 4/5 vote, that ordinance is into effect. But we will, as you know, the council knows, we often do first and second reading as well.
So I'll introduce ordinance number 24-007.
Okay.
And if there's a
Second.
second, I'll read the
That's,
title
Moved
again.
by Councilmember Montgomery and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Haworth.
And I do need a break after this. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Manhattan Beach, California, extending the term of a pipeline franchise previously granted to Zenith Energy West Coast Terminals LLC, its successors and assigns, for an additional term of 25 years to operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, and remove or abandon in place a system of pipelines and appurtenances for the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying gas, oil, petroleum products, water, wastewater, and other substances on, along, in, under, and across certain specified public streets, ways, alleys, and places within Manhattan Beach, superseding ordinance number 2002, and adopting a finding of exemption from CEQA under CEQA guidelines section 15301.
I've changed my mind.
Can you read that again?
Friendly amendment. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And so that ordinance will be back for second reading on the consent calendar, and I won't have to read the title.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, we're going to take a break till, what do we say, till 8:15?
Okay.
Hey, John, you get your card.
We are live, Mr. Mayor.
Item K, general business. Number 12, discussion of discussion of whether to consider scheduling for the August 6, 2024 City Council meeting resolutions to present to the voters a ballot measure establishing a 1/2 cent sales tax. We have assistant to the city manager, or City Manager Mo.
Actually, George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager, will make the presentation. Thank you.
Just wanted to follow protocol.
Honorable Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council, George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager. Before you tonight, we'll be discussing the consideration of a sales tax ballot measure, and particularly the Council will receive a presentation on polling results from Tim McClarney from True North Research. Council may be aware of Tim, but I just wanted to highlight for the community's sake that Tim is very familiar with the City of Manhattan Beach and has conducted polling for the city for many years. Most recently, Tim conducted polling for the city's TOT measure in 2019, multiple citizen satisfaction surveys, and polling for the Prop 218 storm drain measure that was recently completed. So with that being said, I will pass this along to Tim, and Tim will walk through his presentation results.
Great. Thank you, George, and good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Tim McClarney, President of True North Research. We're a firm that for the past 22 years has specialized in working with cities and other types of public agencies around the state and using surveys to help them develop a statistically reliable understanding of the communities and the customers that they serve. To date, my business partner and I have worked on over 1,500 research studies for public agencies, and probably about 2/3 of the work we've been doing for the last few years is what we call revenue measure feasibility studies, like what we're going to be talking about here tonight, where the goal is to understand if it's feasible to move forward with some type of revenue measure, and if it is feasible, how might you go about structuring that measure in a way that it's well aligned with the type of measure your community is interested in supporting. Tonight's presentation covers the highlights of the research, and I welcome questions from council along the way or at the end, whichever is your preference, Mayor. Next slide, please. So before we dive into the results, helpful to take a quick moment to review the purpose of the study as well as the methodology. As a revenue measure feasibility study, we're really trying to address the 3 bullets you see here on the slide. The first is to answer that basic question of, is it feasible? And what I mean by that is if you as a council were to choose to move forward with a general sales tax measure this November, does it have a reasonable chance of success, right? The answer to that question isn't always yes. Sometimes we do this research, and no matter how you look at the data, there's really not a clear path to get you from where you are today to where you would need to be to have a good chance of success on election day. And if that's the case, I'll be the first person to tell you that. When we do see that it's feasible, that next bullet kicks in gear, which is to identify how might you go about structuring a measure in a way that it's consistent with the type of measure that your community is interested in supporting. There's lots of components to a revenue measure package. There's the price tag, there's what you're planning to fund with it, what sort of accountability provisions can be built into the measure. These are kind of decisions that you as a council would have to make if you ultimately choose to move forward with a measure this November, and the survey can help guide those decisions. And then thirdly, the survey is an opportunity for us to understand the role that information plays in shaping voters' opinions about this proposal. I'm a big believer that if a public agency is going to take the step of putting a measure on the ballot and asking voters to make that important decision, it's really incumbent upon that agency to inform voters about the decision you're asking them to make. So as a public agency, you're not using public resources to say vote yes or vote no, right? You're not advocating. But it's good governance to make sure that the voters have the basic facts and figures behind why this measure is up there, and that way they can come to their own well-informed decision. Next slide, please. In terms of the methodology, we use the same methodology here that we always use when we're looking at revenue measure feasibility studies. And the first question we ask ourselves is, what election is this measure going to be on, right? As you know, elections have different turnouts, and as you expand or shrink turnout, you'll often get a somewhat different profile to the participating voters in that election, and it's really important that you match that. And so here we're looking at this upcoming presidential general election in November. It is the highest turnout of any election in a 4-year cycle. And what we did is for all voters that are registered in the city of Manhattan Beach, we looked at what their when they registered, what elections they participated in to this point, some other demographics, and you would identify those that you would anticipate are actually going to cast a ballot this November. So we call those likely November voters. We then use a process called stratified and clustered random sampling to create a sample that is representative of that likely November universe on all the dimensions that we know tend to be related to how people vote on tax measures. So things like age, gender, partisanship, household party type, so not just the partisanship of the respondent we're speaking with, but what's the partisanship of the person they live with, as well as where your voters are located around the city. The profile of our sample matches on all those dimensions the profile of that likely November universe. Once we had pulled our sample, we used 3 different recruiting methods: email, text, and telephone. Everything is PIN protected so that only those individuals that were randomly selected as part of our survey and we had sent an invite can access the site. They can complete 1 survey per person, and that's how we protect the integrity of the underlying data. And folks had the option of participating either online or by telephone, whichever was their preference. We completed 409 interviews as part of the study, which allows us to meet that academic standard for statistical reliability, which is a margin of error less than 5%. In this case, it's plus or minus 4.8% at the 95% confidence level. What that means is we can be 95% confident that the results I'll talk about tonight are within 4.8% of what we would have found had we spoken with all of your approximately 24,406 likely November voters. Next slide, please. So on to the results. We like to open up these surveys with a few warm-up questions. The first of which was just overall, how would you rate the overall quality of life in Manhattan Beach? Would you say it's excellent, good, fair, poor, or very poor? You can see here that 91% of the respondents we spoke with rated the quality of life as excellent or good. About 8% said fair, and less than 1% said poor, very poor. This is obviously, it shows that people choose to live in Manhattan Beach for a reason, right? They have a very high opinion of the quality of life in the community. It also tends to have a relationship to support for measures that are really about protecting the quality of life in the community. And oftentimes these general tax measures are about the things that sort of roll up to quality of life. So it's streets and roads, it's public safety, it's parks and rec, right? It's quality of facilities that are available to residents. And so the fact that residents have a high opinion of the quality of life in Manhattan Beach is generally one of those things that is aligned with having a feasible measure. Next slide, please. So after that question about how they rate the overall quality of life, we also asked them in an open-ended manner, if the city could change one thing to make Manhattan Beach a better place to live now and in the future, what change would you like to see? By open-ended, I mean that we didn't present to them this list of issues you see here on the slide. They just got to tell us in their own words what was top of mind for them. We went back and reviewed those verbatim responses and grouped them into the categories you see here. So at the top of the list, this is the first time I've actually seen this one, at the top of the list, is addressing e-bike issues at 13%. That would have been my vote, by the way, if I lived in Manhattan Beach. Except we have that problem here. I'm down in Encinitas. We have the same issues, I think. So 13% addressing e-bike issues, 11% addressing parking issues, and then on specifics, you have improving public safety, more police presence at 9%, and then preserving and supporting outdoor dining at about 8%. About 15% of respondents either said, I can't think of anything that I'd change about Manhattan Beach, or said specifically that there are no changes that they'd like to see. They like it just the way it is. So this just sort of gives you an idea of what's top of mind for your respondents. Next slide, please. So these presidential elections, when it comes to ballot measures, are kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you have this really high turnout. And a lot of times that high turnout usually corresponds with having an electorate that's a little more friendly towards ballot measures. And there's a reason why when you see these presidential elections, a lot of agencies are targeting their measures for these particular election cycles. And for certain types of revenue measures, as you look over time, every time you hit a presidential general election, the passage rate actually blips up, right? So it has a higher passage rate. The challenge, the other side of the sword, is that they tend to be crowded ballots for that reason, right? You have a lot of agencies that are thinking about putting measures on the ballot, and so yours is going to be nestled in among a variety of state and local measures, some of which are also tax measures. And so, one of the things we want to get a handle on is we don't just want to look at your measure in isolation, in a vacuum. We want to see how it performs in the context of some of the other measures that'll be on the ballot. And so that's where we get this crowded ballot simulation. So before we mention anything about the city's local sales tax, we tell voters that, or respondents that this November, voters are going to be asked to vote on several ballot propositions at the state and local level. And I'm going to read you a couple of these measures and just understand how you would vote yes or no. And so we introduced both the school district's $200 million bond measure, as well as the Beach City's healthcare district's $30 million bond measures. The point of this, and I want to emphasize this, these questions were not designed to get an accurate read on voter support for the school district's bond measure or the Beach City Health District's bond measure. We didn't ask the full 75 words. We didn't provide any context. And so, in all likelihood, we are underestimating support for those two measures here. The point was not to get an accurate read. The point was to make it clear to the voter and plant the seed that, okay, sort of simulate that experience of going down the ballot and having to consider other tax measures before they get to your measure, right? So it serves that purpose very well. It's not designed to give an accurate read on those two ballot propositions, again, because we aren't testing the full 75-word ballot statement. So after the crowded ballot simulation, next slide, please. That is when we get to your proposed general sales tax measure. And we get to what we call the initial ballot test. And the idea here is, now that we've done the crowded ballot simulation, but before we've talked in any more detail about what this measure could accomplish and arguments pro and con, we want to present to respondents a mock-up of what we think that 75-word ballot statement could look like and get their reaction. The initial ballot test is a really good gauge of where your voters are at on the natural with respect to this proposal, because they haven't heard anything more about this measure beyond the ballot statement that you see here. This is structured as a general tax, meaning that the funds are going to backfill the general fund. They can do the things that you see here in the bullet, but it's not earmarking these funds for any specific one of these items. That's one of the qualifying conditions for being a general tax. So that's the 75-word ballot statement that we tested. And on the next slide are the results. So at the initial ballot test, we had 64% of respondents tell us they would support this proposal. We had 28% opposed, and we had about 8% who were unsure. So for a general sales tax measure in the state of California, you need a simple majority. So we're sitting about 14 points north of that simple majority here at the initial ballot test. I would also say that when you dig behind these numbers and you look at the support levels by various subgroups of voters, your support level is widespread. Certain types of measures that we do for other entities, you're going to see big differences based on age. You're going to, in terms of support, certainly partisanship, you see big differences there. It's telling that every single identified demographic subgroup, when you look at this measure, supported this above a simple majority. So there wasn't a single demographic group that was below a simple majority, and obviously some groups supported it, well into the 70s. So next slide, please. So after the initial ballot test, we get into the projects and services section, and the idea here is really twofold. One is we are now going to start to educate this respondent more about what this measure could accomplish. Up to this point, they'd only seen that 75-word ballot statement. About half of the words in the 75-word ballot statement could describe, projects or services that could receive funding. So here we get to unpack it into and provide more detail on how the funds could be spent, and in that way, they're getting a better idea about what this proposal is about. The other thing it allows us to do is to look at, of all the ways you could consider spending the money, how do your voters feel about each of those uses, and which of these rise to the top of the list in terms of priorities. As you can see here, there's sort of two tiers. At the top here, we've got about 5 projects that are what I would call sort of in the top tier. They've got 75% plus of voters saying that they would favor spending some of the money on that item, with fixing potholes and maintaining city streets and keeping local street sidewalks, infrastructure, and parks safe, clean, and well-maintained at the top of that list. Here we have number 3, improving e-bike traffic enforcement and safety. We saw that in that open-ended question. It's kind of a hot topic, and you see it rise up here too. When you get down to the bottom here are some of the more facility-oriented items, and they don't test quite as well. Interestingly enough, though, in a couple slides, things are going to change a little bit. And so I think what's happening here is when you talk about sort of refurbishing and repairing older facilities, and there's no more real detail beyond that, it's kind of a meh project, right? When we can sort of describe more about why there's a need for that, as we do in some of the arguments, you're going to see that shifts things a little bit. Next slide, please. So if you as a council decide to move forward with a November measure, there's going to be an election cycle. And during that election cycle, there's going to be a lot of discussion and debate in the community about this proposal. You'll undoubtedly have some folks who will go out and advocate on behalf of this measure and talk to their friends and neighbors about why this is needed and why they should vote yes. And you could get some opposition, right? Folks step up, say it's a terrible idea, we shouldn't be doing it, and here's why. For this survey to be a reliable gauge of the feasibility of a general tax measure, we need to simulate that discussion and debate in the space of the poll, so we know not only where your voters are at on the natural, which was that initial ballot test, but what happens to their opinions about this proposal once they're exposed to positive arguments, as well as once they're exposed to negative arguments. So we do that by first testing here positive arguments. And the nature of the question is, supporters of the measure say blank, you insert a positive argument. Do you think this is a very convincing, somewhat convincing, or not at all convincing reason to support the measure? And you can see here that the number one argument at the top here is the city maintains 100 miles of streets, 9 community facilities, and 122 acres of parks and playfields. This measure provides the funding we need to keep our streets, parks, and community facilities in good condition. This is an argument that I've seen rise at the top of the list in a lot of cities that we work with on these types of measures. And I think it's so compelling because what it does is it kind of helps voters understand the scale of your obligations as a city in terms of what you're taking care of, right? I'll make you a bet if you polled 100 people in the community and asked them how many miles of streets are in Manhattan Beach, very few would say 100, right? They'd probably say 20, right? And so this, by adding some specificity, some numbers to the number of parks, the number of miles of streets, the number of acres of parkland, that really helps kind of orient them to, okay, yeah, I can see why this is needed. The second one there was due to their age, some of Manhattan Beach's community facilities have structural problems, earthquake safety issues, asbestos, outdated electrical and plumbing, and roof leaks that can cause water damage and mold. This will fix those problems. So here's what I'm saying. Before, when you just talk about upgrading the facilities by themselves, you get a kind of more of a lukewarm response. When you can kind of describe the need in greater detail, like this argument does, you get a different reaction. So at this point in the survey, voters have heard more about this proposal than they did at the initial ballot test, right? We had a chance to talk in more detail about how the funds could be spent. We were able to convey positive arguments on behalf of the measure. We've yet to get to the negatives. So we circle back to that same 75-word ballot statement in the interim ballot test, and we say, now that you've heard a bit more, where do you stand? Next slide, please. And as you can see here, support ticks up a bit. We're now sitting at 2/3 support at the interim ballot test with 25% opposed, and we still have about 8% unsure. So here we're now sitting about 17 points north of that simple majority that's required for passage. Next slide, please. And then we get to the negatives. And the idea behind the negatives here is I want to pressure test respondent support for this proposal by peppering them with a series of negative arguments, the kind of arguments you would expect to hear from an opponent, so that we're getting a realistic understanding of, should you get opposition, should they be effective at getting their message out, how might that ultimately impact support for this proposal? And so you see the 5 arguments we tested, they all get some degree of traction. The number one up there being this idea that, look, we're already paying a lot of taxes for the state, the county, school bonds, and other things, and there's going to be a lot of tax proposals on the November ballot, and we just can't afford to keep doing this to ourselves. So you see they get some traction. The real question, though, is what happens afterwards on the next slide. And you see that the negatives do take a bite. They drop support for this proposal about 9 points from where we were sitting at the interim ballot test. But we still land at 58% support, right, which is a full 8 points north of that simple majority that's required for passage of a general tax. Next slide, please. So what does all this mean? I've just got 2 more slides here. I'm going to circle back first to that overarching question I mentioned at the outset as the main motivator for why we do this kind of research, which is to answer that question of, is it feasible? If you as a council were to choose to move forward with a November measure, does it have a reasonable chance of success? Answer to that is clearly yes, based on these results. For all the reasons that you see listed under the positive signs, right? Voters have a high opinion of the quality of life in the community. They also value the services they're receiving from the city, but they do see some room for improvements here and there. And those sentiments sort of combine to create a solid base of support at the initial ballot test of 64%. So we're 14 points north of that simple majority required for passage. All of the sort of projects and services that you're thinking about spending funds on are either very popular or reasonably popular. The arguments on behalf of the measure resonated. And importantly, at each point in the survey where we circled back with that same 75-word ballot statement, we said, now that you've heard a bit more, where do you stand? All of those ballot tests were well north of the simple majority required for passage, and that was even after we tested negative arguments. So when we see that kind of pattern in place, that aligns with having a good shot at being successful if you move forward with a measure. There are also some challenges, though, that we need to be aware of. I don't think these are insurmountable, but they're things that, anytime you're thinking about putting a measure on the ballot, you want to be very aware of what kind of headwinds we might be facing moving towards Election Day. We saw that the negative arguments get some traction. So should you get some organized opposition, they certainly have the ability to put a dent in support for the proposal. There's also this new ruling or new rule called AB 1416 for the November ballot, where below the 75 words is an opportunity to have supporters listed by name and title, an organization, as well as opponents. This is brand new territory. This is the first election cycle where this is in place. Most counties have opted out of this. LA County is one of those that has stayed in it. And so that creates a little bit of a wild card moving forward, so we want to pay attention to that. And the big one, I think, is really the electoral climate. There are those kind of elections that are what I call feel-good elections, right? Things are going great, economy's going great, not a lot of controversy out there. This is not going to be one of those elections, as you might imagine. We have a hyper-partisan presidential contest that's going to set the tone. We have some statewide initiatives that are probably going to create some headwinds for local measures. And you're going to have some overlapping measures that we already talked about. So again, I don't think these things are insurmountable, but I always believe that you should walk into an election cycle eyes wide open, right, about what your potential challenges are. That's the best way to make sure that you're able to navigate through that successfully. So last slide on the next one. So with this in mind, I think as promising as these results are, and they are very promising, it's important to keep in mind that a survey like this is a snapshot in time, right? It's not a crystal ball looking forward to November saying you're going to get 64% on November. It gives you a good idea of where you are today with your voters, gives you a good idea of how they would react to the types of information that they may encounter during an election cycle. But ultimately, what dictates what happens on November is not what your poll says today. It's everything that happens from this point forward. And so that's really kind of my way of sort of reminding us that, number one, we got to make smart decisions about what this measure looks like, and that you're putting in front of your voters, so it's well aligned with how they'd like to see these funds spent. And you got to put the work in terms of communications and outreach. Under the funding priorities there, this is what your voters said that they were most interested in using the funds for. And so, these types of items should be prominently featured within the 75-word ballot statement. Obviously, as a general tax, you can't make official promises on this, but it's a generally good idea to be, have a measure that is outlining how you would intend as a council to spend these funds. And then from a communications perspective, there's really two opportunities here. The city itself, just to provide the basic non-advocacy communications so that voters are aware of the need, understand why this measure is being considered. They understand there's going to be a measure on the ballot. And then there would need to be an independent campaign that could step up and advocate for this measure during the election cycle. So with that, I end my slides and I welcome questions from council if you have any.
Council, if I may interject, we do have some additional slides that I can provide some ancillary information. You can proceed with asking questions to Tim, or we can proceed with the ancillary slides that I can provide. Your choice.
I think ask some questions on this, because it's...
No, we should go, because maybe these will answer the questions before we, there's just a few slides, but that's what I would do. But
I think we would go forward and hear the rest of the presentation, and then we ask questions at the end, if that's all right. That was a very good presentation, though. Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to provide some quick background on this as to where we're at with sales tax right now. Sales tax accounts for approximately 12% of our operating budget that was just approved by the city council, or $11.4 million. It should be noted, based on an analysis provided by the city sales tax consultant, HDL, 61.3% of the city's 2023 actual sales tax is generated by non-residents or visitors. How does this compare? So HDL has done this analysis for 67 other cities in the past 4 or so years, and only 4 cities, Malibu, Pacific Rose, Monterey, and El Monte, have a larger non-resident percentage of revenue than Manhattan Beach's 61.3%. So where are we at regionally? How does the sales tax compare? So I picked out a couple cities that are nearby to us, most notably City of LA, El Segundo, Hermosa, and oops, we're in a vortex now. Okay.
It's the coyotes.
So the current regional sales tax in terms of the beach cities hovers at about 9.5%. And if you go a little more inland, you're at about 10 to 10.25. And the highest you'll see is 10.25 in the region. That being said, there is another countywide sales tax measure that's going to be on the ballot, and it's what I've referred to as Measure H 2.0. That's not the official name, but it is a measure that is sponsored by a nonprofit group called United Way, and United Way wants to increase the quarter-cent sales tax to a full half-cent sales tax. And so that would have implications on every city's sales tax. And so I put a projection here of the same sales tax percentages that would be if Measure H 2.0 passes. And I should indicate that currently polling projections indicate that they are comfortable with passage over that 51% threshold. So obviously elections, anything can happen, but as of right now, polling indicates that it will pass. So therefore, I've provided a regional sales tax with Measure H 2.0. You'll see, though, that there are some ranges, particularly at El Segundo and Hermosa Beach, and that's because they may have some changes in their sales tax. Hermosa is proposing a 0.75 cent sales tax that's going to be on the November ballot. El Segundo has an interesting clause in their municipal code that is almost a trigger of once a qualified ballot measure of a sales tax increase goes on the ballot, then they have the ability to impose a sales tax increase. They have there's no clarity yet, or 100% clarity, I should say, as to whether they will move forward with that. But that's currently in their municipal code, so that's why you're seeing those ranges on those particular cities. But if Measure H 2.0 did pass in November, it would automatically increase the city's sales tax to 9.75, as well as the same Redondo, and have reciprocal changes around the other regional cities. So what does a half cent, a quarter cent, or even a 0.75 cent do in terms of our sales tax revenue? As I mentioned earlier, our sales tax revenue is at $11.4 million in this current year operating budget. If the city proposes a half-cent sales tax increase, a 0.50% increase, that would equal about $5 million annually in revenue that would go to the city's general fund. And so wanted to also discuss about sales tax measures in California. So since 2020, there's been an average pass rate of sales tax measures at about 76%. So you're seeing a general climate recently that these sales tax measures are getting approved in California in general. And lastly, this is my last slide for the evening. Staff recommends that the City Council, if City Council would like us to proceed with this, we would return at the August 6th meeting, 3 days before the required deadline from the county, and provide the required resolutions for the City Council to consider and place a ballot measure establishing a 1/2 cent sales tax at the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election, likely, obviously under council direction, but utilizing the language that was pulled by Tim McClarney from True North Research. And the second recommendation is to establish a subcommittee and assign members to assist with developing a community-led public outreach campaign. As indicated by Tim, this is going to be a big lift on our communications efforts, and it's going to need some council involvement in order to spearhead some of the support for this. And so our current recommendation is to establish that subcommittee and assign members. With that being said, that concludes my presentation. We have Finance Director Cerulean here, and obviously City Manager Mo and Tim McClarney still on the line. Thank you.
Colleagues?
Well, if no one's going to ask questions at this point.
Lesser?
I have a question that goes to the why, not could we, but why. And I'd like to direct that to our Finance Director, Cerulean, because this is, I guess, his last public meeting. He will not be here August 6th if council directs staff to bring this measure back. And you and I have had an exchange with regard to the extent that the city wants to finance with these general funds certain capital improvement projects. Why doesn't it just go out for a bond? And we talked about the comparative costs of that and also the limitations because of revenue stream. And I think it's really important to get that into the public discussion. Why would we look to a sales tax increase when in theory we could bond for some of these projects?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Steve Shirellian, Finance Director for the city. It's just balancing the operational needs of the city. We have personnel costs, there's challenges due to inflation. So this type of general tax will help generate revenues for those type of costs. Larger capital improvement projects, the reason we can't go out and bond is we don't have enough in reserves, and they're recurring. They're usually amortized over 20 to 30 years. Particularly 30 years if it's a larger project. So if you needed to do something for $20 million, you would need about $1.2 million in debt service for the duration of that, and we just don't have the capacity. There's no new revenues coming in, but costs are going up, vendors, consultants, inflation, personnel costs, all these things are going up, and we have enough revenues for a balanced budget. But at the end of the year, you have some surplus funds, and you do have reserves, but those reserves, again, looking at 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, these large infrastructure costs over 30 years we can't go bond them because we just don't have enough money to pay them over a 30-year period because of certain revenue growth that we cannot kind of foresee unless it's something like a general sales tax.
Helpful.
Thank you. Is that helpful?
Great. Okay. On slide, this is regarding the polling. So on page 301 in our report, or slide number 5, we show that the quality of life, I'm just doing an addition here, when you add up all that, it's 91% think we're doing a good or excellent job. Okay? So then when you go to the next slide, slide 6, it talks about changes to improve the city. So my question is this, are these recommendations or things they want to see improved? Is that just of the 9% who don't think we're doing an excellent job? Or is this?
No, it's of everybody.
It's of everybody.
Yeah, everybody gets the chance to say, I could say the quality of life in the community is excellent, but I may also have an idea about if there was something I could change, what would that be, right? I may have a few thoughts on that as well. So it's not just the 9% who, are something less than excellent or good in terms of quality of life.
Okay, great. And we discussed that there's a 50% threshold. We just, I don't quite know how it got off the ballot, but we had the Taxpayer Protection Act, which was going to, sponsored by the Howard Jarvis Association, who was going to say that any taxation had to be approved by 2/3 majority, but and it was going to be retroactive. So, what is your feeling about something like that coming back? I mean, and why did it not make it?
So, and I'm not an attorney, so I haven't read that front to back, but I do a lot of this work. And my understanding is that that applied to certain types of measures. When it comes to general sales tax measures, the impact of that proposed Taxpayer Protection Act was going to be really modest. If you go forward a couple slides, I think it might be slide 8 there. One of the, basically the only impact it was going to have on general taxes, if you look down at that language where it says providing $5 million annually until ended by voters for general government use. They wanted, that act was going to require that statement for general government use. So you couldn't say for city services or anything like that. It had to say for general government use. That was kind of the limits of what that measure was going to do for general tax measures. So there wasn't really this concern that if you don't pass this now, it's going to go to 2/3. The general sales taxes for cities were still going to be available. They just had a little tweak to it.
Okay. Let's see. So did your polling project the impact of a committee that was going to be promoting this? You know, that was apart from the city? I mean,
Yeah.
what kind of activity did you see, you know, would that entail? Newspaper ads, going door to door, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, the independent campaigns would decide on their own strategies for communication. You often have, you know, direct mail, you have digital, et cetera, privately funded, volunteer-led. You know, from a polling perspective, there's what your polling shows, and then what you want to do if you're good at doing this is you want to take that data, and then you want to step back and kind of think about the things that are outside the polling that can impact the support for a proposal down the line. So what else is on the ballot that you're sharing, right? What's the status of this independent campaign? Are they going to be able to raise funds? How effective could they be? You know, these are the types of things, any sort of expected upturn or downturn in major sort of economic factors, et cetera. What I'm doing here in this poll, you can see that when we test positive messages, we actually increase support, right? And those positive messages are in voters' heads when they also encounter those opposition arguments. And so we saw that the opposition arguments get, you know, take a toll, right? They drop about 9 points.
Right,
We still land well above the simple majority. But had you not had the positive arguments, had we not sort of simulated a positive campaign and all you had was negatives, right, we wouldn't be landing at 58. So, you know, baked into these results here is the idea that there would be some sort of advocacy campaign out there during the election cycle.
Okay, gotcha. Good. All right, and this United Way, George, I believe you had mentioned that the United Way was promoting the county.
So the United Way of Los Angeles is a nonprofit group that sponsored a citizen initiative to place a ballot measure countywide.
Okay.
On Measure H.
And is that the United Way we know? Because I know there was one that was a different, no, I mean, it's not the United Way that we all kind of knew where, you know, that overall nonprofit organization.
From my understanding, United Way is a nonprofit organization that's geared towards affordable housing and homelessness.
Okay, so it's not the United Way. What am I trying to say? There's a United Way that
A national.
we've known, yeah. So it's not that, or are they just
It does.
intentionally confusing the name, or?
Do not know.
Okay.
I can look into the organization's information on their website and send it to you.
All right, thank you. No more questions then? Anybody else have questions?
Actually, I'll do a follow-up for Mr. McCarthy, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, yeah.
And that is, just can you repeat again what your data shows with regard to having all of these measures on the ballot at one time in terms of the potential negative impacts on our measure, even recognizing this question that the mayor was asking about the sort of efforts that an independent organization would need to do to provide the positive messaging about our local measure. what's the impact of all these other revenue-raising measures on the ballot at the same time?
Yeah, so that's why we tested the crowded ballot simulation. We wanted to have some handle on that. And what we're seeing is that, when we're seeing this not only in Manhattan Beach, I've seen it in a lot of other communities where we have overlapping measures, and we've been doing polling to kind of figure out, is there going to be a conflict here or not? We just aren't seeing big impacts on voters' opinions about proposals based on what else is going to be on the ballot, right? It's sort of a minor effect, and whatever effect is here takes place before we get to the initial ballot test 2 slides ahead where we hit 64%. So we purposely kind of pinged voters with this idea that there's going to be these other tax measures on the ballot and how they feel about them, and we still come in 14 points north of the simple majority. The other thing I will say is my understanding of the school district's bond measure is it is what's called a bond extension, meaning there are bonds that were put in place in the past that are going to come off the books, and that their proposed measure would essentially continue that tax rate out in the future, but not increase it. So it's what we call in the industry a no tax increase bond extension. When voters understand that, those measures tend to get very high levels of support because you're not actually raising taxes, you're just continuing a rate out into the future, right? Same thing here, like if you were to do this measure, that let's say down the line you want to renew it, at that point you wouldn't be establishing a new tax, you're simply continuing a tax out in the future. That type of election or that type of measure tends to fare pretty well.
Great.
So
that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions, Steve?
No questions, Your Honor. This has come back as expected. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, we'll take it to public comment.
So in the last couple of council meetings I've been at, you talk about surveys and polls. I never see anyone. I never get questions. I never get anything in the mail. So how are they developing all these questions and answers to the questions? That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. A lot of my questions were actually answered with a lot of the debate and the questions that you guys asked, so I appreciate that. One thing that came to my mind was rumors, people talking like what this was. Question came up was, if we don't do this, will the county do this anyway? And so then the money would go for county services as opposed to if we impose this half-cent, those services come to Manhattan Beach directly. And could the county change that in the future in any way? Let's say we pass this and say, yes, we want the half-cent for us. Would the county come back later and change it in any way? Or could they? That was just a question that came up in speaking with other people. So if maybe that question could get answered, appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions in chambers? No? Online?
Heather Kim. Heather Kim, can you accept the prompt?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I may have misunderstood, but if this is a simple majority versus a 2/3, there will be a lot of unhappy people. And I'd just like to end with taxation is theft. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Jim Burton.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, first of all, Mr. McLarney, very much appreciate his analysis, everything he's done. I mean, I've listened to multiple presentations from him over the years. I appreciate his just unbiased nature, directing council, giving or making suggestions to council. My question is this: it seemed to be very simple that we had 12%, which is the second highest income revenue to the general fund. It seemed to be very simple. We have been trying to understand how much of that tax revenue comes from downtown. And this has been an ongoing discussion for a number of years. And there was a lot of discussion during the outdoor dining, how much sales tax is coming from downtown. And it seems to be a very simple answer. And right now we have a consultant trying to come up with this. And yet very simply, somebody can say, hey, we've got 12% is the sales tax revenue coming from the city as part of the general fund. I do not understand why this is such a difficult question to answer. How much sales tax comes from the downtown district as part of the general fund? And I think these numbers are readily available. Director Cerulean, before you leave, can you give us this information? And it was just something that came up in the presentation that I just would like to bring back to council. Can you please direct someone to give us those numbers? I think it is extremely important, particularly if we're looking at these numbers going for sidewalk improvements or widening of sidewalks, et cetera. I'd like to know that. I know that many people who live downtown would like to know that. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
There's no additional requests.
Okay, so we'll close public comments. And council members, we have Mayor Pro Tem Hobarth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think it's pretty, it's not a coincidence that we have Steve Cerulean with, was it 35 years experience, as Bruce Moe, retiring 35 years experience. We have Richard Montgomery. This will be your 16th year when you have to step off. And Steve, I don't want to even, how many years? Somewhere between 35 and 16. Now, I don't know. I what my council colleagues are going to do, but I do think that I am feeling like these folks with incredible experience understand the need and perhaps have the political will, because I'm hoping the political will, to do something that further stabilizes our revenue sources for major infrastructure projects or deferred maintenance. You know, it is hard to raise taxes. It's not something I like to do. It's, but it's actually, it's smart because this, to answer Rita's question, these funds will stay local, right? They have to stay local. But if we don't take advantage, you know, there's a cap how much the county can raise the property tax to. So if we don't do this, they could do it. So that's where the danger comes in. They can't, if we decide to raise it by 0.25%, 0.5%, they can't then come in and take that. But if we don't determine that, well, this is what we think we should do for the good of our community, then they could go ahead and do it. So this is another form of local control. And I just think that, you know, so many times, so for instance, our former councils have created the Economic Reserve Fund, former councils have created a pension reserve fund, and infrastructure has been, you know, kind of left by the wayside. And infrastructure is expensive, whether it's roads, whether it's buildings, whether it's major projects. And to have a dedicated fund, or not a dedicated, but a revenue, it could go to facilities, it can work, you know, help for our parks, help for infrastructure. This is something that will benefit our community. And as the data shows, 61% of the sales tax comes from visitors. That's not answering Jim Burton's question about downtown, who shops in downtown, but it's overall. So this is a smart way to benefit our residents by, these visitors are using our facilities and using our roads, et cetera. So obviously I'm for it. There was something, Mr. Yanofsky asked, I haven't been asked these questions, right? And is our consultant still available? I mean, I would assume that it was slightly over 400 residents, and it's got to be a random sampling, right? So sorry, Scott, your number just hasn't come up. I also think it was funny that the chart that said what people wanted us to address, which I did think was hilarious. It was e-bikes was number one. A total of 19% say change nothing or I can't think of anything. That's pretty cool. But anyway, so I'll be supporting this because I think it makes sense. I think it takes, you have a lot of wisdom and guts behind this saying this is what we got to do, and this is going to right the ship for a long time.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. My colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Howard, pretty much took half my speech. So the other half I would say is two main points jump out at all of you. And yes, Steve and I have been here for a while. Steve beats me by, I think, 8 years. But I point out three basic points. This is not a property tax. It's not going to be in your property tax bill. It's not a gas tax. You go to the gasoline, those still drive cars with gasoline. It's not a gasoline tax, nor is a utility tax. You will not see it anywhere there. As Amy pointed out, 61% of it is people's sales tax by non-residents. That's just stick in your head. Think about that for a second. 61.3%, based on Steve's and George's numbers, are non-residents. So you're not going to pay for it in your tax bill, on your property tax bill, not utility bill, not gasoline. So where are you going to buy it? Where's it going to hit you? You go shop at a store, at a restaurant, CVS, Ralph's. Okay, fair, but look what you get. What's the rule, George? 100 miles of roads, 9 community centers, and we all know Jocelyn's termites are holding up their hands right now. It's a matter of time. 122 acres of parks. Who pays for that? If you don't pay for this now, you're going to pay for it later. And you're going to say, the question that came up, and Amy's right, if you do not vote for this and don't want to see our improvement or maintained, 91% of you said the city is excellent or very good. 9% of you say the city needs to do work well. Here's your way to show it. If you do not do it, LA County in 2017 passed Measure H. Now, if you believe the county has managed LASA and all that money they raised well, you should vote for that. You should tell them right away, great, mismanage all the money you want and keep spending it and get the half-cent tax that we will never get. If we don't pass it, they will grab it and spend it their own way. I don't think that's not the right thing to do. Keep your money local, you control it yourself, and look at where it goes to. That's the main thing I would tell everybody, that a half cent would make a huge difference for us to keep it here. So I'd rather not look back at the time and say you should have raised the tax rate before the county. Look at what happened to us. And this way, keep that money here, take care of our own backyard and under our control. And that, Your Honor, is my motion.
So half cent.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Half cent.
Thank you, Aaron. I brought this back to the council a few weeks ago after discussions with our finance director and really just culmination of my years of service with the city, because this is not about now. We stabilized our budget with the storm drain funding, the fee increase that we passed back in January. In fact, we didn't pass it. The voters passed it. And that's the same thing that's happening here. This is for the future. It's not the city raising taxes. It's the city asking the residents, the voters of this city, whether or not they see the value in raising the sales tax on themselves and on themselves 40%, which is paid for by themselves, and then the 60% that's paid for by visitors. because we need money to do things. It's the bottom line. Nobody likes taxation. Everybody hates taxes. Everyone wants to pay less in taxes. But if we want things, we need the money to pay for them. You want more public safety, you want more firefighters, you want more police officers, it costs money. You want improved roads, you want a pool, you want wider sidewalks, it costs money. We can't do it with the money we have. We've been going that route for many, many years, and we use the budget dust on a yearly basis to try and backfill our needs with an ever-aging infrastructure. We need new community centers. Our community centers are decades old. We need more. People want a pool, they want wider sidewalks, they want improved parks, they want improved infrastructure, they want to fill those potholes. Well, all those things cost money. And, wishes and dreams don't fund things. Bake sales don't fund things. We need an ongoing revenue stream to pay for those things, to bond against those things if we want to accelerate those things in building them, but we can't do it with what we have. We need more. We're not saying we're going to force anyone to pay more. We're asking them if they want to tax themselves and visitors who come here to this city and use those same amenities that they do, and actually at a greater amount than our residents do, to pay that additional sales tax. So there are so many reasons for this that outweigh the reasons against it. The reasons against it, I get it. Don't like taxes. But if it's the cost, as we saw explained, it's $50 on 10,000 spent, well, that's money well spent if we can get all those things that we want in the future. This is a down payment on the future. This is about the projects that the city wants to do in the future. We're stabilizing our budgets, not about not making payroll. This is about doing all those things that we haven't been able to do. That $200 million wish list we have right now of capital improvement funds, because we don't have the money set aside. Now, if you want to do it drip, drip, drip of projects and improvements in the city where we scrape together a few dollars, do this, and we scrape together a few dollars, do that, and we do one project every 10 years, okay. But if we want to do more than that, and I think the expectation of our community says that we want to do more than that, and the polling shows that, then we need to do this. And what we need to do now is put that question out to the voters and let them decide. Thank you, Your Honor. I will second the motion, if it hasn't been seconded already.
I'll withdraw my second so you can do it.
Thank you.
He's leaving.
Councilmember Lesser.
I will be brief because the comments that I would make are consistent with what my colleagues have already said. We have a high expectation in our community for services and our infrastructure, for our buildings, many of which we can see the end of their useful life, and we do not have the revenue streams to pay for them. We just heard from our finance director talking about why we can't just go out for a bond. We don't have the revenue stream to be able to provide the services that all of us expect and believe that our community, a community of our type, of our size and our means, should be able to afford. This is the best way to move forward. No one wants to raise taxes of any kind, but this is a way to share the revenue stream with those visiting our communities as well as those that live here. We seek sufficient funds for our future, for future councils, for general purposes to be able to apply to what our residents have come to expect. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. I'm a little bit old-fashioned, and I always like tax measures that required a 2/3 majority, because that way you didn't have an untoward influence of a particular group, particular demographic, imposing what they want upon others. And the 2/3, I thought, was a wise way to make sure you got buy-in from majority of the people. So I looked at these numbers with great interest to see, with all the mitigating factors, it never broke 60%. It never broke less than 2/3. We have, I just did, some research. We've got approximately 17% of our population are over 65. I don't know if I'm the only one here on the fixed income, but a lot of people are. And a lot of people, we've been going through some ravaging inflation. There has been an increase in Social Security payments, but still, that's not helping to pay, the majority of the expenses that a household faces. The thing I like about this is it's a consumption tax. So, if you don't go out to eat, if you don't buy expensive things, you're not going to be hurt by it as much. I'd asked really early on, what was that percentage of visitors that are coming here and paying for the taxes? And pleased to see it's, 61%. And they're getting good value for their money. They're getting parking structures, we hope. They're getting nice roads. They're getting security. They're getting, great police force, great fire department, protection when they come and visit here. So I don't think they would have much to really object to. I think I saw in here it's, for $100, it's 50 cents. $100 of consumption is 50 cents. We barely notice that. We do need help. Someone asked me the other day, what's my greatest concern? And it's the budget. It's the needs. The needs are outweighing, the budget to pay. And in the world of taxation, not that I want to elbow out the county, but, take homelessness. I mean, the county has had how many decades, to get a handle on this problem with billions of dollars over that time, and it's getting worse. So I heard, Mayor Pro Tem say local control, and let's control our money, let's control our destiny, and it really is looking like this is the way to do it. So I'll be supporting this as well.
I'll call the question, Honor. I'll make the motion, and that is, my motion is to direct staff to return to the August 6, 2024 meeting with the required resolutions to place a ballot measure establishing a 1/2 cent sales tax at the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election, and establish a subcommittee and assign members, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Lesser, to assist with developing a community and public outreach campaign. That's my motion.
Wait, I may not vote for it. We probably should talk about the subcommittee separately. Maybe we do
Second.
that?
I take back every
No,
nice thing I said
friendly
about you
amendment.
Yeah,
guys.
you can still do a friendly amendment.
Removing Councilmember Lesser and Mayor Pro Tem from the assignment, that's the mayor's discretion, but everything else about it remains.
Funny, that's funny. I'm sure the mayor, well, never mind.
Have a
I would
motion,
make a joke.
or
Okay.
have a
Yes.
vote, please.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
I'm thinking about this. Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth,
You bet.
Mayor Franklin.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Good. Way to go.
So it's typically the mayor's prerogative to appoint the subcommittee. And so if you're comfortable with that motion,
Oh, you mean that's stuck?
No, they took those off, but
Took those off.
you can appoint us. I'm
Right.
sure you'd want to be on it because I don't think you have anything else going on, right?
No.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, as you mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem Haworth, I mean, the greatest amount of experience that we have on this current council
It's Steve Napolitano.
lies with Councilmember Montgomery and Councilmember Napolitano. Now, he also might be a little busy, so if I may recommend that Mayor Pro Tem
I serve.
Howard?
It's a pleasure, yes.
and
You want to do it?
Councilmember Montgomery,
Do it.
Sure. I'll
We can
volunteer.
work together.
and we can always pitch in.
Well, you have to, but yeah. No, but yes, thank you.
That's good.
Okay?
Be an honor.
So we're set.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
No, good comment.
You know, can I ask one question while Director Shurian's here? If he's still here. Director Shurian, you had one question asked about, do you happen to know what the total revenue is of downtown off the last HDL report? Just curiosity.
Not off the report, but there's probably more information that's being gathered right now, but there is about 25% is non-residents of restaurants in the downtown and Metlox. I can give you that
That's a
information.
percentage.
As a percentage. Citywide, it's 61% is out of town.
But downtown is only 25%?
Restaurants for downtown and Metlox only.
Restaurants and
Out of city.
But only for restaurants, not retail.
Yeah, we don't have it. I don't have it with me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can get you more details on that.
Great.
Okay.
I think, yeah, that'd
Thank you.
be helpful.
The subcommittee could use that. Yeah.
Sure.
Downtown could
Thank you.
use that.
Okay. Moving on, number 13, discussion of options for replacement of the existing elevators at the Metlox parking structure. Public Works Director Lee. George, do you have the clicker?
All right. Good evening again. Eric Lee, Public Works Director. This evening we have a discussion for you about the options to replace the existing escalators at the Metlox parking structure. A little bit of background. The Metlox retail and parking structure was dedicated in 2005. The parking structure has 2 levels below street grade. Vertical access is provided by an elevator, a staircase, and 2 escalators. As we know, the escalators have been maintenance and repair issues for quite some time and have impacted the public significantly as it relates to accessing that part of our city. We've contracted with HKA Elevator Consulting for a lot of our maintenance consultation work, and they estimate that the lifespan of the type of escalators we use are 20 to 25 years. So essentially, they are approaching the end of useful life or at that point now. And here's some photos for you with the elevator, the staircase, or the stairwell entrance, and the escalators at the top level of Metlox. And also here's the mid and low level of those escalators. As it relates to maintenance, we've had significant issues in the past few years keeping these escalators running. We've been spending approximately $50,000 to $100,000 per year on that maintenance, and that downtime of the escalators is a concern for the public. And really, we are at the point where we need to start planning for the future as it relates to the escalators there. Our current CIP budget adopted by the council includes $1.125 million in the parking fund to replace these escalators or do a project to address them. And also it projects $375,000 of cost sharing that we're anticipating that our private partner, the Tolkien Group at the Metlox property, would be contributing. And so I would caveat that as that's an assumption or a plan that we've got, but it's we have to negotiate that with the Tolkien Group. So that 375 is not guaranteed. As it relates to the options that the city has for these escalators, we could reconstruct them in kind. That'd be essentially replacing the parts and the mechanics. We replace them with brand new escalators. We could replace them with an elevator or elevators. We could replace the escalators with a grand staircase, or we could simply abandon the escalators in some fashion. And so there's rough order of magnitude estimates on the right column here. Yeah, I'll point to the fact that originally we thought the reconstruction of the escalators in kind would be the most cost-effective way to do this, and it turns out, based on everything we know today, replacing them is actually cheaper than trying to reconstruct them.
Replacing the escalators.
Correct. So to be clear, the difference between number 1 and number 2 here would be replacing essentially the parts associated, the movable parts, and a wholesale refurbishment, if you will, where number 2 would be buying new escalators from a factory and installing them.
Okay.
As it relates to disposition, the Metlox parking structure escalators, they're an integrated feature of the retail environment there and the hotel. They provide both airspace and natural light into the structure and really enhance the area. And so any disposition of these escalators should take into account the integration of this access into both the retail area and the ventilation light functions of that area. As it relates to planning, we're looking at an 18 to 24-month period for planning, designing, and going out to bid, and then construction would follow after that. We definitely want to do outreach with our stakeholders, not only the merchants in the area and in downtown in general, but also the patrons that are using the area. And one of the things that we really need to start doing is communicating to the public that we're not sitting on our hands and that we're actually trying to develop a solution and that one's coming. Another point of input that we're looking from the council is, as I mentioned, we're spending between $50,000 and $100,000 a year keeping the escalators up and running. Is that something you would want us to continue to do, or do we want to consider discontinue use of the escalators and saving those funds? And so staff doesn't necessarily have a recommendation in that regard, but definitely want to make sure that the financial aspect of costly repairs are being considered. So, that concludes my presentation. Looking for direction from the council on what our staff should be focusing on going forward. And I think once we get some preliminary direction from the council, we'll do some due diligence and come back and let you know what we're finding. And hopefully we can start refining this project and get it moving. And with that, available to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Okay, Councilmember Lesser.
Eric, based on our prior communications, my concern is the elevator and whether we have an opportunity perhaps to add a second elevator, because people with special needs have contacted me about the elevator continuing not working, where even if the escalators work, if they don't have a working elevator, it means they park downstairs and they have to go up the steep ramp with wheelchairs, with walkers, and there's traffic and it's a steep grade. So I wanted to confirm whether HKA, the outside consultant, looked at the option and what the rough order of magnitude would be to build a second elevator and perhaps do a fixed staircase. So we eliminate the cost of new escalators, whether they're brand new or reconditioned, and we would add a new elevator, second elevator for backup redundancy, which would be more expensive at the outset, but would provide at least greater, more reliable access for those that are of special needs.
So your question is very well founded and understood. As it relates to what HKA did, they've been helping us to understand generally what our costs are for different options. They didn't look specifically into that combination of options being an additional elevator plus some type of staircase. But this slide here does show the rough order of magnitude of these various solutions, and replacing with an elevator, replacing the existing escalators with an elevator is on the more cost-effective side with some of the options we're looking at. I would say that we really have to get into the design work. I think that the design, the engineering, and the actual construction, because we'd be altering the physical space there, there's going to be a great deal of variance on what our costs could be, and we want to study that more. But looking at a second elevator, I think definitely addresses our accessibility issues there. I had our staff look into what the downtime of the elevators have been, or the elevator has been. And this calendar year, it's been significant. There was about, I want to say it was about a 3 or 4 week period that we were waiting for a widget to arrive from out of state that kept us down. And then we had some pronounced accessibility issues at that area. And so, cumulatively this year, we've had 33 days that the elevator at Metlox has been down either for a part or full day. And that's very different than what we've had in prior years. In 2003, we had 6 occasions, and in 2022, we had 8 occasions. But those are all occasions where people are significantly inconvenienced trying to access our downtown area.
Okay.
So having a second elevator certainly enhances the accessibility of the area and makes us more hospitable, I think, as a community. The elevators are certainly going to be easier to maintain for our contract staff because they're enclosed and not as exposed to the elements And so we see there's high advantage in from a maintenance perspective there. And then whether we replace it with or add another staircase or have some other modification for stairs, I think we could approach that in the design aspect of that if you wanted us to look at that. I mean, we do have a staircase now, stairwell that perhaps could be further enhanced to be more attractive. I think, in fairness, the way the escalators are designed right now is very appealing from the aesthetic point of view. And I know that the Tolkien Group really is looking for whatever solution the council wants to pursue, something that's going to preserve that type of inviting atmosphere.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Haworth.
Okay, so one of the options is to replace the escalators with a grand stairwell. And I think it's important that we delineate between what that grand stairwell is versus the stairwell that we have, right? So it would be this, so right now you have the two escalators, so then you would have a staircase, not a stairwell, right, that could go up there, so you could still have the light and the air. So it could still be a pretty thing that utilizes that basic design. And then could you additionally put in a second elevator, maybe where the current stairwell, so that you're kind of doing both things. You're not putting an elevator shaft there where the escalators are, so that kind of closes everything and makes it dark. So you could have a stairwell, and then you could have two elevators too. Could you do that?
Perhaps. So I think that.
I mean, it's an engineering.
I think we're going to have to hire a firm to really dive into this.
Yeah. So I guess another question, and then comments later. The escalator, when you're talking about replacing the escalators with new units, are those units the ones that are made for outdoors or made for coastal areas? Is there such a thing, and is that what we're talking about in that option?
So any escalators we purchase to install there would be appropriate for the environment. We wouldn't want to buy something that's not.
There's been some talk in the past, due to no one's fault in this room, I'm sure, that the escalators that we have maybe weren't kind of climate or appropriate for the place.
I've heard that as well.
Yeah, okay.
And we've had our elevator consultant, HKA, look into the truth or fiction of that claim. And they've come back saying that they could be used indoor or outdoor, the units we have.
Okay.
But with the caveat that the maintenance plan is different, and if you don't maintain it according to the specifications and the use, you're going to have deteriorated service.
Okay. And that's why, the cost to do escalators, if we were just going to, whether it's replacing or reconstructing, whatever, the maintenance is still going to be very high and much higher than elevator.
Yes.
Yeah, fair to say.
Fair to say.
All right.
I would say that we would put together a maintenance plan for the council to consider as part of
Great.
all of that, and we want to stick to it and budget for it and stick to it.
Great. Maybe that's what I should have asked out loud. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Director Lee, I'm glad you put that to rest. The fallacy that we've heard that the elevators in 2005 were not constructed for outdoor use, which we know is not true. The second thing was, if you went with the staircase, now I'm not supporting the staircase, but if you did go to staircase from the existing escalators up, what's a time frame? You said 18 to 24 months for design for a staircase, if we did do a staircase and place that. And then what, how long to actually build it and put it in place? 2 more years?
I'm reluctant to give you an actual time, but I think logic would say if all we're doing is pulling out we're designing a staircase, pulling out the escalators and constructing a staircase, I would think that would be less complicated than redesigning the space to include an elevator and another staircase or something like that.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. So just to get clarity, a gurney-compliant elevator, I assume that's one where an emergency gurney? could be-
Correct.
Could be, okay, great. I just didn't know if it was a different type. And when you say that an elevator, so let's say we take out the escalator and we put in an elevator or two elevators?
About 4.
That's what I was asking, yeah.
Has that been looked at, like putting in two?
We have not. So this is the first time we're talking to you, and really want to make sure we're going down, generally the right road. And I think we're going to discover a lot of information along the way, and we want to come back to you. I think that one of the things as it relates to moving away from the current solution we have is, if let's just say for sake of argument, we replaced the escalators with one elevator. Do we create an immediate queuing problem in Metlox on special events or high traffic weekends or whatever? Part of our study is going to have to look into things like that.
Great.
And so I think that if the council said we want to get out of the escalator business and let's consider somewhere between 1 and 3 more elevators, I think we would have to determine what the cost is going to be, how to fit that in, and then what the actual number of elevators would be necessary to not detract from the user experience there.
Okay. Because you mentioned airspace and light. I mean, there's some terrific looking elevators we see in all these airports and, not only here, but around the world. I mean,
Yeah, especially if they're glass on 3 sides.
Right, all glass, and, they can, and they're fast. They could be aesthetically pleasing.
It's only 2
That
floors.
type of thing. Had we ever considered, you go there at 8 o'clock at night, you just see the thing rolling and rolling, the technology where it's activated by stepping into it and then it starts, because that,
We haven't done that yet because we have our nearly 20-year-old escalators we're just kind of keeping in service right now.
no, I mean a
But
replacement
as it
one.
relates to replacement, I think we certainly need to look under all the rocks and see what's the best solution for us. My understanding is what you're suggesting is maybe more commonplace in Europe. I'm not sure if that's true fact or if it's appropriate for where we're at. But certainly anything that's going to help us maintain them well, reduce energy costs, those are things we should be considering.
Right, yeah, it would just be great to find that out from our HAK or whoever the.
HKA.
Okay.
Yes.
If you can find out, just seems logical it would extend the use. And let's see, I think that's all I had. Yes, thank you.
I think I said true fact. I just meant fact. I think I said true fact. I just meant fact.
That's lower down, yeah, it's
Okay.
true. Yeah.
All right, great. Anybody else? Councilmember Napolitano?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's getting past this bedtime.
I know.
Yeah, all right.
Chicago, no, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And public comments?
Tell you a little story. I go Thursday mornings for breakfast at Metlox. And every Thursday morning, I see the guys working on the escalators. So I said, well, I understand you're opening up an office here. What are you talking about? I said, well, you're here all the time. Why don't you just have an office here? I said, why are you here so much? He said, this is what happens when you install interior escalators for exterior. He said, the parts aren't sealed properly. And if you think about the drought we had, and when the rain started, and when the escalators started breaking down, kind of makes sense. That's number one. Number two, every place you go, you see a staircase, an escalator, and an elevator for handicap. What we can do is you can keep all the handicapped people on the first floor, so they don't have to have another elevator going down to the lower floor, and do like a pneumatic, a vacuum elevator. All you have to do is cut a hole in the slab. You don't have to go down at all, and it works strictly on air. So that's my experience there, and I think that Richard kind of had a good idea, but they were very clear to tell me that this is exactly what happens when you put the wrong type of escalators in, and it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where were they 25 years ago?
20 years ago.
20 years ago?
20 years ago.
Okay.
Hello, Council. Jill Lampkin, Executive Director of the Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. I have met with Eric and with John Tolkien many times about all of this. You guys know as well as we do, but I do want to throw weight behind what Councilmember Lesser said about a second elevator, and I will give you a secondary reason for that, not just for the baby strollers and for access issues, but a lot of the businesses that are within Metlox or nearby require, and I'll give you an example, Beehive and who is in, if Jim Burton's still listening, in the top 25 of sales tax revenue generating businesses in the city. They have a lot, yes, they are. We have actually, I think, 8 of them downtown. So anyway, not totally off the topic, but they have vendors that bring in racks and racks and racks of clothing. And when they have to carry them from their car up the stairs, it's not helping our businesses do what they need to do, which is sell things. And so that's just another reason to think about adding a second elevator. I also am in favor of the stairs just because of all of the maintenance issues that we've experienced. And but I also liked the idea of sending it out to public comment too. I mean, getting public feedback, because I think that's important too. Maybe just because I like to use the stairs doesn't mean everyone likes to use the stairs. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Anybody else online?
Heather Kim.
Yes, I really, my first choice would have been to have an escalator that actually works. I've been to Fashion Island a number of times, semi-recently, because my daughter is down there. And I have never seen any issues. Maybe they only have issues when I'm not there, but our escalator is completely outdoors. It's not even like semi-covered. It's just completely open. And they have a beautiful, working, functional outdoor escalator. The thing is that we have so many problems. I do prefer to just have another elevator for all the reasons that were stated, especially what Jill was saying about vendors and bringing their stuff up, and then the big grand staircase. So that's another vote for that option. And I think a lot of people who have visited and who go to Metlox in that area a lot will share in that frustration. I personally do not like walking up escalators that are broken because you feel like it'll just start going at any moment too. You never know when it's going to turn on. I think it's just a dangerous feature at this point, and it's frankly embarrassing, for our town to have it be such a problem all the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Burton.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. Jill, I'm still here, and to the members of council, absolutely support what Jill said. I do think that a second elevator would be absolutely wonderful. And Jill, I do recognize that our retailers provide significant contribution to downtown. It is way past my bedtime, by the way, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
There's no additional request.
Okay, so closing public comments, and Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think Steve and I, speaking institutional knowledge, Steve and I are the only ones that were on council in 2005 when these escalators were brand new. And yes, they worked back in 2005 very well, actually. And they were outside elevators, we know that, inside and outside. They work perfectly. In fact, they work today. So, like any, you don't maintain like your car. You don't maintain your car, guess what happens? It stops working, right? It's maintenance. 50 to 100K a year maintenance tells you it's 20 years. It's time, economic life, it's over. We know that already. Let's see what else is going to say about this. We know about that part already. How about this? So Allie's going to go shopping in downtown, and she goes to the stairways. She's going to carry packages down stairways, 2 flights. You're not going to see them. She would. Maybe Jill would. And everybody else is going to carry packages, 2 flights. Not a chance. Escalator's part of the ambiance of design they designed it for. if they work correctly. And then you're going to wait 2 more years for design study to come back in and say, hey, let's rip this all out and build 4 new elevators. Even though we just heard the story, elevators have had significant problems at that place already. So now you're going to add more elevators and hope that of the 4, 2 work constantly year-round. And the high-tech one Joe's talking about, there's a neighbor that's built this elevator inside his house over here, the high-tech, all glass, and as you walk in, closes the gate and goes up. He's had repairman, not the Maytag guy, every 2 weeks, fixing an elevator, high-tech, right there inside a house. So the more high-tech you break it, the more it's going to break down on you. This is old school problem issue. If you want to talk about finding the best solution for both, fine. Find a place to build a stairwell, not just their staircase, that's there now, a stairwell, that's your backup to the escalators that provide you function. Replace them with outdoor escalators, get them in place, swap out what you have now, swap and go, plug and play, and then you worry about design. Give Eric and his team 2 years to find a better plan, or 3 years for a good plan to add more elevators somewhere. That place, there's nowhere to build elevators now and the design. Steve and I remember the actual design plans. Steve was on the council that helped to design Metlox. Unless you rip those out and you offer no function for 2 years or design it, what are you going to do? Can't put elevators in there that fast. Where are you going to stick them? So you have a design problem, you have a function problem, packages down stairways, doesn't answer the ADU issues, doesn't help you there. Elevators will if they work correctly. And where are you going to put them? And the people that say, well, this has nothing to do with money, it's $1.5 million. Part of it comes from Tolkien Group, right? Mm-hmm. Well, then they go back to Cerulean's issue, no money. There's your sales tax issue right there. You want to spend $3 million, $4 million, $5 million on new stairways, ripping them out, and studies and consultants? Here's your answer. I think we stay the course with it while Eric and his team design options for elevator/staircase. Escalators, you need to go in and replace them for the 2 or 3 years or 4 years it will take to design and start building your stairwells. Because other than that, you haven't solved the issue with that. We'll do new elevators as well. I don't know where you put them in Metlox, but you had to rip something out to do it. And where would you put them? So that's my comments. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilmember Lesser.
I'm meditating on Councilmember Montgomery's comments, and I also want to hear from my colleagues. But what I'd like to do tonight is perhaps to give staff direction to obtain more options for our council to consider with a greater level of knowledge about whether it's even feasible to add a second elevator, where, I mean, I was on the Planning Commission at the dedication of Metlox, but I had not participated in the major decision-making. But I'd like to at least explore what is feasible so to ensure we're not throwing good money after bad. Another element is for staff to come up with a way that we can get public input and use this as an opportunity for outreach. This is a public facility that is utilized a great deal and cherished by many members of our community. But I really want to avoid throwing good money after bad, which is why I think we need to supplement the direction to staff, and whether that's using, and maybe I could clarify if I could, Director Lee, are you seeking direction to further engage the outside consultant or just general direction tonight?
I think we're looking for general direction on what we should be pursuing, and I mean, I think that we need to hire a firm to help us determine what is feasible and what is not.
Okay.
And if elevators are feasible, or and additional elevators feasible, I think we need to return back to the council as soon as possible to get some further direction on how you want us to proceed with that information.
So my own position, subject to comments from my colleagues, is to go forward with that engagement. My own personal interest is whether or not it be feasible to add an elevator, and moreover to turn the existing escalators into a fixed staircase that is aesthetically pleasing, that brings in the natural light and natural air, and doesn't obligate us to have as many repair bills over the years to come. So I made a motion to that effect.
And I've
Can I clarify and add to that? So turning the escalators off and using them as a staircase is not an option.
No.
So we would be essentially pulling them out and trying to to install some type of staircase in their place. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm seeing in your options, and forgive me, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify. In the presentation that you gave, you listed a price point for just installing a grand staircase. What I would be interested in is perhaps a more well, I'd say narrower staircase that follows the pathways with railings of the existing escalator, if there's another place for an elevator, so that there still is that aesthetic component that's now there, but it's with a fixed staircase. That would be a thought.
Yeah. Heck, we just did 2 staircases at the pier. You have a model after the same one?
I actually agree with your motion. It's the direction I'm going in, and I think that we get a little, the term grand stairwell, conjures up some sort of, Ritz-Carlton kind of thing, and I don't think that's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is not another little fire escape stairwell. It's replacing those 2 escalators with a fixed staircase stairwell that still lets in light. But we do want to do a study and seek public opinion as well. I think that's really critical. But a study to see, can we put an additional elevator in there? And I think, there is, I would consider Mr. Yanofsky's, do we have to go down to the 2nd floor? Probably. We probably do have to, by law, have to. But anyway, let's look at those options. But I really am not thinking, unless the study tells me something else, that replacing escalators with new escalators is the right thing. I just don't have confidence that, it forever, it has never worked. I'm sorry, it maybe worked in the very beginning, but would very quickly stop. And I don't see, I wouldn't believe that it's going to work as escalators. So I like your motion, but because you're sort of giving direction, but you're saying study it. So I'm with you.
I could do follow-up questions while we got a break here. Yes. So one, Eric, I only hope when you consult, look at high-quality escalators, like the one at Fash Island, it works perfectly. And I don't remember 2010 or 11 hearing anybody complain about escalators not working. So either A, they don't use it every day, or they only hear about it when it breaks down. Second question, the city attorney question, I don't know, Quinn, if we have the right to touch the improvements above ground that we don't own. The Tolkien Group is involved with the above ground improvements. I don't know if you can go to them and say, hey, we're going to build 5 elevators. We're going to rip up your retail space for 8 months or 12 months or 20 months. We have elevators in there. But it's a question to you. We can get a chance to look at it. But both questions we need to have the answers to. One, high quality escalators like South Fash Island has, one. And second, can we legally install elevators ripping out existing space?
Well, so that's, we can take an additional look at that, but that was identified in the staff report as we'll have to do some negotiations with them. That could be part of it.
That means rent concession.
If I can add to that, though, Tolkien's only own the building pads on top of the parking structure.
Okay.
They don't own any of the common areas, the parking lot, the escalators, any of that. That's all city.
Right, but the structure itself, besides the one, the pads, who controls the ones where the stores are?
If it's
Not where Shade is, everything else.
Yeah, any of those buildings are on the pads that the Tolkien Group leases from us.
Got it. So we can maintain control to put elevators where we want to, anywhere in there.
Yes.
And rip out their space.
I'm not thinking of ripping out a lot of retail, but anyway.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm interested in getting a report back from engineers as far as whether or not, how much it would be to install another elevator. To me, the issue there is accessibility, ADA accessibility. I think, we can improve the accessibility for the disabled by designating more parking spots on the surface streets surrounding Metlox, which we don't have any disabled spots that I can recall I think and even having loading zones too, which I think would help with some of the Ubers and the Lyft drivers. I don't know why we have the parking spaces as we do along the south side of Metlox there. Folks are trying to squeeze in and out of there. I would rather see some disabled spots or some drop-off spots, and even to add some bike parking, which I know Your Honor is in favor of. But I think that needs to be looked at again, or even on the west side of Metlox to provide people with options rather than going down and needing to use the elevator as their only means of access to the upper levels. As far as, escalators go, to me, if we can do it with one, as far as accessibility and helping folks with those packages or whatever else, I'd rather do elevators than escalators at this point. I think more tech just equals more problems. And the lower tech that we can go, the fewer problems, the less cost. I'm very concerned about the report that the elevator's been out. I mean, do we need to replace that? How soon? Why hasn't that been working well? What's the lifespan of that compared to the escalators? Why haven't we addressed that already? I don't want to see that broken down on a continuous basis either. But right now, I don't see adding escalators, and the elevators together. It'd be nice, but it just hasn't worked out. And it's just going to be a money pit in the future. If someone can show me that the escalators down in Newport Beach are so much better because of something they do or the escalators they have, I'm interested in that too. But again, more tech is just going to equal more problems. I'd rather just have stairs. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. And my comment is perhaps at this time we can do a traffic study, just see what's the demand going up, demand going down, is there crossover? Because that can help us determine, and then, how many handicap accessible trips are there, just something to just get some sort of an idea, and that can help guide us. Okay, so is that enough?
Yeah, so I think to clarify the direction, we're going to not be pursuing an escalator replacement project at this point. We're going to be trying to determine feasibility on an additional elevator and also trying to get into some type of acceptable staircase as soon as possible.
I think that's right. Are you looking for a motion or are you looking for just direction tonight?
I think if that's the consensus of the council.
I had one other thought. There are other stairwells at Metlox, and obviously there's certain fire requirements and building code requirements, but I'm curious if any of those stairwells in this study could be converted into a second elevator, because as Councilmember Montgomery mentions, there's spatial limits, but I just wonder if that might be a cost-effective way to add another elevator.
We will certainly look at that.
Thank you.
And part of that study too, if you can explore what Councilmember Napolitano mentioned, is putting more handicap spots already on the ground level.
That's a great
And then they
idea.
can just get right into it through Nick's, through Metlox Plaza. There's some stairs there, right? The northern Metlox Plaza, there's some steps. Is that?
There's a ramp though, I think, isn't there?
Is there
Yes,
a ramp?
are you like where the farmer's market?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's.
So if you parked on that street, then
Yeah.
you go up and then even convert some of those spaces that are directly across from the police department. I don't know how many, if any, handicap spaces there are there. Okay?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that concludes. So we're looking for item number L, AB 1234 reports.
None for me.
I do, Your Honor. This past weekend was the Independent City Association, ICA, conference down in Coronado. Those need a reminder, ICA, independent cities are cities that have their own police and or fire departments, and we've been one of the founding members since 1960. Myself, Councilman Napolitano, attended, and I'll tell you the highlight of the whole thing, which I'll read a couple of the items. SB 9, that's unconstitutional, so Redondo Beach won the right to repeal the housing forced on it by Sacramento. They took it to court and they won all the way through. So we're not, all charter cities are exempt from what SB 9 being forced down their throats and housing. That's a big win. Other cities are talking about, hey, maybe we should consider looking at that. That was a big one. And the second one was cities finding revenue in tough times, talking about bus shelters. We still have the 1980s bus shelters on PCH, which is an orange bench. No shade, no covers, no sides. So Torrance is looking at those now, Bruce. We're looking at actually shelters with seats, not just a bench, and a sunshade. You sit down, it covers you, rain or shine on it. The companies that install them, obviously, will talk to you about it. Third one was, let's Larry Cosmo talk to you about that. And the highlight was Jim McDonald, our former LA County Sheriff, and Stacey Armato, and Dr. Julian Gold were talking about life after council. I thought it was important for a few of us here today. But no, other than that, it was just ideas for cities, what they can do, and then training that we have to do. But I'm glad we attended it and got to see it, and it was down there, a place got to go. And we have 43 cities now that are members, and it's LA and Orange County. So I'm glad it's my last year as president of ICA, thank God. So
That's
maybe
why you
Joe
have
or
that
Amy
panel.
or David will do it next
why you
year.
have
But
the panel.
that's my report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Future agenda items?
Wait,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Just
Sorry.
as well, since I did attend ICA with Councilor Montgomery as well, and he's being modest, he put on a great president's responsibility is to put on the seminars along as vice president, incoming president. But it was a great conference, very well attended, very well received, good sessions, and just again, a lot of this business depends on relationships and getting in front of folks and knowing who to call when cities need something, and that's part of it too. And so it was very rewarding in that respect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great, sure, thank you. Okay, item M, future agenda items.
I've got one, Your Honor.
Yep.
All of council has received, Bruce, you probably know, I think you might have got copied on it, just clarification of the waste management issues that they claim one thing, we're about rate increase, what they're allowed to ask for, what they're not allowed to ask for. So can we just schedule a future hearing so we can all hear exactly what they're asking for and why? So that way we're all clear going forward what's going on with them, and we all get to hear it live instead of going back and forth in emails. Have them come and talk to us at a meeting so we can all hear their side of it and our side of it.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and.
Wait.
Oh, yep.
We're just figuring out if this is 2 steps or 3 steps. Is this going to require,
I think we can do it in 2. I think
well, we'll try to do it in 2. It depends on how much staff time is required.
Got it. Steve was your second. Thank you. Nothing
Okay,
further.
and anybody else? No? Okay, so I have one, I'd like to see a discussion of the Hometown Fair 10K fees that the city is charging them. I know that they get some allowance and the like, but there's some discussion about how the extra city costs are being passed on to the Hometown Fair. Hometown Fair, as we know, has been an institution. It donates all of its money to charities and scholarships and the like.
I'll be your second, Joe. You don't have to go into detail.
Okay.
Let's hear him come back.
Great.
Are you talking
Your Honor,
about?
Your Honor, could you clarify though, because you said both
Thanks.
10K and the hometown fair.
Yeah, which one is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, the Hometown Fair 10K.
Well, it's the
That's not-
10K.
that's not
is
10K.
separate.
One or the other.
It's just
different.
I'm sorry, it's at, okay. So the 10,
Okay.
so what is it called?
the
10K.
10K.
The 10K, okay. The 10K during the Hometown Fair. Okay,
I'm still the second.
okay.
Excellent.
And I want us all to run it. Can we do that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. City manager report?
no report tonight, thank you.
Okay. Informational items?
City attorney?
Yeah, you skipped me.
Nothing tonight.
Skip the city attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's devastated.
City attorney, I'm sorry.
Yes, no report tonight.
Oh, well. Informational items, seeing none. It says something that says closed session, but we're not. closed session.
We did
That was just in
Yeah.
case.
Okay, I see. Thank you. So we're adjourned until Tuesday, August 6th at 4:30 for a closed session. Right?
Good job.